Chapter 107. Chapter 107, It's almost up to my neck. Yun Xiao was strolling on the sports field when she thought she heard Lin Bei Bei calling for help. Thus, she tried calling her. This time, she was certain she heard Lin Bei Bei calling for help and knew that something happened to her. Yun Xiao didn't dare think too much and immediately ran towards the small forest. Lin Bei Bei, I'm teacher Yun Xiao. I'm coming, don't be afraid. Yu Wenxiong, who was about to tear Lin Bei Bei's clothes, suddenly stopped. Since he knew that the person heading over was teacher Yun Xiao, he gave up on his actions, glared at Lin Bei Bei, turned, and ran. Tramp, at this time tomorrow, I'll still be waiting for you here. If you dare to not show up, don't think you can attend Acropolis University peacefully. Not too long after Yu Wenxiong ran away, Yun Xiao saw Lin Bei Bei. She had a distracted expression, her hair was a mess, she sat on the floor, and there were 5 clear red marks in the shape of fingers on her face. Anyone who saw her pitiful expression would want to give her a hug. Yun Xiao promptly ran over. Bei Bei, are you all right? What happened? Who did this to you? An air of coldness shot out of Yun Xiao. She looked around but there was no one else in the small forest. Teacher Yun Xiao. Wah. Lin Bei Bei went headfirst into Yun Xiao's embrace. She cried like a little kid. Yun Xiao's heart went out to Lin Bei Bei. She hugged her and lightly patted her back. After a good while of comforting and caring, Lin Bei Bei's emotions slowly stabilized. Bei Bei, tell your teacher who did this. I'll definitely help you get out of this predicament. As the painting teacher of the arts department, Yun Xiao had a good impression of Lin Bei Bei. She was a smart, good, and hard-working kid. Yun Xiao's heart filled with raging fire when she discovered that Lin Bei Bei was bullied. Whoever could make a move on such a soft and weak girl should be met with the wrath of the heavens. It's fine, I don't want to bring up the incident. Lin Bei Bei was quiet for a while and then shook her head. Then, did he do anything to you? The answer to this question was what Yun Xiao was the most worried about. Lin Bei Bei shook her head. Good thing you came in time, teacher Yun Xiao, thank you. Hearing Lin Bei Bei say this, Yun Xiao was mostly relieved. She patted Lin Bei Bei's head affectionately. Silly child, I'm your teacher. She who spends a day as your teacher is your mother for a life. You don't need to say any courteous words. Okay, teacher Yun Xiao, let's go. Lin Bei Bei stood and led Yun Xiao out of the forest. They arrived at the sports field again. She inhaled the fresh air and her mood improved slightly. That's right, Bei Bei. Do you know why Qin Feng hasn't been in class recently? Yun Xiao suddenly asked while they were walking. Lin Bei Bei pouted her lips and shook her head. She began to feel wronged again. Didn't Qin Feng announce in class that he was going to court you? I thought you two were together already. So you don't know either. Lin Bei Bei said nothing and missed Qin Feng more and more. After this most recent incident, she really wanted to call Qin Feng immediately. But, after hesitating for a while, she gave up on that desire. She was worried that Qin Feng was doing something important and that she would bother him. Bei Bei, are you still unwilling to say who that bad person was earlier? After the two walked out of the entrance of the sports field, Yun Xiao asked her again. She wanted to help Lin Bei Bei find justice. She would never easily spare a jerk like that. Lin Bei Bei knew how influential Yu Wenxiong's family was. Even if she told teacher Yun Xiao would not be able to resolve the issue. Plus, this situation would affect her reputation. She clenched her teeth and continued to wordlessly shake her head. They walked out of the campus. Lin Bei Bei bent her head and did not speak. Yun Xiao continuously uttered words of comfort. When they exited the school's entrance, the two parted ways. Lin Bei Bei sat on the bus and returned to the Royal Clubhouse. She sat in Royal Clubhouse's luxurious Suite 888. Lin Bei Bei felt that the entire room was empty and cold. Ever since Qin Feng arranged for her to stay in this room, he never returned to it. In the beginning, Lin Bei Bei was very used to living there. But as time passed, she felt increasingly lonely. She even had trouble sleeping at night. She longed for the night that Qin Feng would come see her. Even if he lived here at night and slept with her, Lin Bei Bei would be willing. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. In addition, After almost getting molested by Yu Wenxiong today, the feelings she held back for so long came bubbling forth. She suddenly mustered up the courage to pick up the phone and call Qin Feng. Qin Feng was awoken by the ringing of his phone. He answered with annoyance. "Who is it? Why are you calling so early? Do you still want to be able to hang around Acropolis City?" After hearing Qin Feng's familiar voice, Lin Beibei's heart flooded with warmth. He was still just as strong and tyrannical as before. This was exactly why Lin Beibei used to hate him. Now, a surge of sweetness flowed through her heart. But his Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master, she shouldn't be like this. Lin Beibei looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 11:30. The corner of her mouth lifted into a curve. She said quietly, "Qin Feng, it's me." The voice was clear and ethereal like a tinkling spring that flowed past and melted the snow on the mountains. It swept away all of Qin Feng's fatigue. He abruptly sat up and said smilingly, "Beibei, I haven't seen you in so long. Your voice is still as sweet and lovely as ever." When Lin Beibei realized that Qin Feng could immediately recognize her voice, silent tears sprung from her eyes. She wasn't sure if they were tears of sadness or joy. "Beibei, say something." Qin Feng scraped his head. "Qin Feng, I'll be waiting for you at the Royal Clubhouse. Why don't you come over?" Lin Beibei said after a while. After ending the call, Qin Feng was in an impossibly good mood. Beauty Lin initiated a meeting, so how could he not go? While thinking about how he hadn't gone to school to visit the beauties these days, he promptly finished washing his face and rinsing his mouth. Then, he rode his 28 bicycle to the Royal Clubhouse. "Hey, young Master Qin." Right when Qin Feng walked through the door, the fat-headed and large-eared manager Liu ran over. His eyes shined with happiness. It was too long since he had last seen Qin Feng at the Royal Clubhouse. "You haven't been here in a long time, all of us employees miss you to death." As a rich young master, Qin Feng actually didn't have a haughty attitude. He often associated himself with the employees of lower positions, and these people also enjoyed kissing Qin Feng's ass. "Why were you thinking of me? I have no interest in your fatty meat-filled body." Qin Feng jokingly punched manager Liu. "That's because I've followed you for so long, there's no way I wouldn't know your taste." Suddenly, manager Liu leaned towards Qin Feng's ear and whispered, "Young Master Qin, last night, a French gal arrived in the clubhouse and wow. She's a pretty blonde with skin as white as milk and big dark blue eyes with long lashes. Her body isn't overly attractive, she has a perfect S-shaped body, and those legs of hers practically go up to my neck." Manager Liu made exaggerated movements and expressions as he spoke. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. What I have is money. If this was the Qin Feng from before, he would definitely be anxious to satisfy himself with the beautiful French woman. However, his current self had suddenly lost interest in these women. He waved his hand. "No need, I came here on proper business this time." "Proper business again?" Manager Liu stared blankly. The last time young Master Qin came to rescue Yun Xiao, he said he had proper business to attend to. After this, Manager Liu hadn't seen him come to the Royal Clubhouse until today. He felt that Qin Feng was no longer the idle and useless rich young master from before. Qin Feng's body had an air of strength, and his speech was also clear and concise. Most importantly, that trademark lascivious smile was gone as well. "Young Master Qin, what kind of proper business?" Qin Feng had changed too much, so Manager Liu didn't dare carelessly joke around. He also became serious. "Manager Liu, how is the female classmate that I arranged to live here?" "Oh, young Master Qin, you should have mentioned that earlier. You made me nervous to death." Once he heard that Qin Feng's proper business was Lin Beibei, Manager Liu's smile immediately returned. So the proper business was the same as before, and young Master Qin was still the dissolute young master from before. It seems that he came to play with that pure campus beauty this time. That girlie is really obedient. She comes back on time after school every day, leaves for school in a timely manner, and spends the rest of the time in her room. Even until now, she's definitely still a fledgling. "Young Master Qin, you have to be dissolute for the whole day today." When he saw Manager Liu smiling so much that his small eyes disappeared, Qin Feng smacked him on the head. Be more serious. Have you catered to Bei Bei according to my wishes? Manager Liu immediately retracted his smile. Young Master Qin, you personally gave these instructions, so how could I not listen? I treat your pretty classmate like a rich young miss every day. All 3 of her meals are nutritious and gourmet. I send over a female masseuse to give her a full body spa every night, and she's picked up and dropped off at school every day by limousine. Don't worry, no one would dare mistreat little Princess Lin Bei Bei. Qin Feng was quite at ease with how Manager Liu did things. He patted his shoulder. Very good. In a bit, find the head of the finance department and put in 100,000 yuan in my name. Manager Liu waved Qin Feng walk away. He was so moved that he wanted to scream. Qin Feng was too unaffected, too mesmerizing. Qin Feng stood before the door of Presidential Suite 888 and felt a bit regretful. This was once the headquarters of his debauchery. Ever since he became an adult, he stayed in room 888 more than the Qin Manor. Every new quality item of Royal Clubhouse had to first pass his full-body inspection. Every beauty that passed his test came out as a leading figure of the Royal Clubhouse. After standing for a while, Qin Feng pressed the doorbell. Lin Bei Bei knew that Qin Feng would come. She was halfway through her shower when the doorbell rang. Her heartbeat quickened. She didn't even care that she hadn't washed away all the bubbles on her body. She draped on a robe as white as snow and promptly ran to open the door. The door opened and Qin Feng fell into a trance when he saw the refined and delicate beautiful young woman before him. She only wore a robe, and her wet hair fell scattered on her fragrant shoulders. Her pretty clavicles were free and exposed, and there were mesmerizingly fragrant soap bubbles on them. This was clearly the use of a wet body to seduce someone. Qin Feng's ability to resist Lin Bei Bei was not high. When he saw her, he wanted to make a move. Qin Feng. When Qin Feng admired a woman, he was not shy about it. He was always unscrupulous. Lin Bei Bei's face became completely red. She softly called to Qin Feng, "Just come in first." Lin Bei Bei pulled Qin Feng into the room. Why was there that kind of feeling? After entering the room, Qin Feng came back to his senses. He suppressed his immoral thoughts and sat on the bed. He lightly touched the bed sheets and felt a sense of familiarity. Lin Bei Bei closed the door. She looked like a budding water lily, fresh and pleasant. She lowered her head and shyly walked towards Qin Feng. Without waiting for his agreement, she sat on his thigh. "Bei Bei. What are you doing?" Qin Feng suddenly got nervous. Lin Bei Bei was comfortable hearing Qin Feng calling her Bei Bei. When she saw his shocked expression, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile lightly. "Young Master Qin, aren't you Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic and dissolute young master? How is it that I haven't seen you for a few days and you're now as reserved as a monk?" Qin Feng also laughed easily. He hadn't changed, but he always kept an intentional distance from Lin Bei Bei. Qin Feng didn't want to taint this kind of delicate and pretty but strong girl. She was like a water lily that bloomed out of the mud. One could only appreciate her from the sidelines, but no one could taint her divinity. Lin Bei Bei was like this, and Shu Ruoru was also like this. All Qin Feng could do was quietly protect them. Of course, he had to sometimes take small advantages as a reward. "Bei Bei, have you been well? No one dares to bother you at school, right?" The air was a bit lovey-dovey and Qin Feng initiated a conversation. Lin Bei Bei's pretty eyes suddenly became wet. She looked at Qin Feng's handsome angular face and threw herself into his embrace. A fragrance entered his nose and something soft stuck to his body. Qin Feng could clearly feel the frail body beneath Lin Bei Bei's bathrobe. "Bei Bei, what's wrong?" Qin Feng lightly shoved Lin Bei Bei a bit. She was like an octopus and hugged Qin Feng with a death grip. "Has someone bullied you?" Qin Feng touched Lin Bei Bei's back and began to caress her. A few drops of sparkling tears fell on the nape of Qin Feng's neck. Lin Bei Bei clenched her teeth and shook her head. Qin Feng knew Lin Bei Bei's personality. He knew that she worked part-time jobs since she was really young. She raised money for her mother's hospital and medicinal fees, and also had to support her family and pay tuition at the same time. She looked like the beautiful and sickly Lin Dai Yu, but she was a steadfast female warrior inside. She must have been greatly wronged for her to cry like this. Qin Feng used his strength to push her away. He wiped the tears on her face and became serious. Bei, tell me what's wrong. What happened to your face? It seems a bit swollen on this side. Lin Bei stared at him with pretty eyes as clear as a mirror. She looked closely at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I'm fine. I've recently started using a new face mask, so my skin became a bit irritated and swollen. I just missed you too much, so. Lin Bei knew about the conflict between Qin Feng and Yu Wenxiong. Last time on the sports field, the two fought and then planned a fight to the death. In the end, she was worried about Qin Feng. She was afraid that after he found out about what happened, he'd look to cause trouble for Yu Wenxiong and subsequently cause trouble for himself. She didn't want to cause any trouble for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a bit dazed. He thought Lin Bei's attitude had improved towards him because he helped her out a couple of times, but he never thought that her attitude towards him would have improved this much. Lin Bei's words were clearly a confession towards him. Unless he did something to her and forgot. Qin Feng, why haven't you been at school recently? Lin Bei initiated a change in the topic for fear that Qin Feng would continue pursuing the Yu Wenxiong incident. Qin Feng moved his leg and hugged Lin Bei so she could sit more comfortably. There were some important things I had to take care of, so I didn't go to school. What important things? Lin Bei looked like an obedient kitten. She leaned quietly on Qin Feng's chest and suddenly felt really safe. She still couldn't help but ask about Qin Feng's matters. She put forth her little heart and didn't even know if Qin Feng would share this important matter with her. Did she have the kind of status in his heart where they could talk about anything? Some family matters. It wasn't because Lin Bei didn't have a high position in his heart that Qin Feng didn't elaborate. He really cared about Bei, so he didn't want her to know about the war between the Qin and Hao families. This might bring her unnecessary trouble. Lin Bei's expression suddenly dropped. Then, when will you be going back to school? The threat Yu Wenxiong made to Lin Bei when he ran away regarding going to the sports field tomorrow morning made Lin Bei afraid. She wanted to wait until Qin Feng returned to school so she could go with him. I don't know. I might not go back to school anymore. Qin Feng thought about how after October passes by, he would partake in the capital's Qin family's succession tournament for his father's dreams and his mysterious mother. Even if the Qin and Hao war was over, he would probably still stay at the company to learn management and break through his limits at the same time. Lin Bei's pretty eyes flashed with disappointment. After a length of silence, she suddenly laughed. Qin Feng, are you free today? Come take a stroll with me, okay? Okay. Lin Bei rarely took walks, and it was her first time taking a walk with a male. She pulled out the only dress she owned. It was sky blue and stopped at her knees. She looked like a lovely butterfly. She held Qin Feng's hand and happily walked along the bustling pedestrian walkway. Wan Cheng Square is Acropolis City's iconic and fashionable shopping street. This plot of land in the center of the city was a golden commercial street, and was also where Royal Group staked and developed their estate project. Today was a weekend, so the pedestrian walkway was extremely crowded. Most of the people there were couples around Qin Feng and Lin Bei's age. Qin Feng was very familiar with this street. He took Lin Bei to a Chanel store. Chanel was created in Paris in 1914 by Gabrielle Chanel. The company produced many different products. There were clothes, jewelry, accessories, cosmetics, perfumes, purses, etc. Each product was famous everywhere, especially their perfume and fashionable clothing. This was a brand name that experienced 80 years of turbulence. The products were naturally extremely expensive and high-ranking luxury goods. But the Chanel style caught Qin Feng's eye. It was eternally elegant, simple, and refined. They were adept and surpassed tradition to follow the trends. Plus, since they were products of this store, if Lin Bei wore it, she would definitely look really classy. Though Lin Bei hadn't experienced a lot, she still knew about a big brand like this. She was clearly a bit shy, and stood at the door lightly tugging Qin Feng. Don't worry, take whatever you like, what young Master Qin has is money. Qin Feng immediately saw through Lin Bei's apprehensions, so he let out an easy smile and helped her get rid of them. Chapter 109. Chapter 109, A Fairy That Walked Out of a Painting. The two stood in front of the door. They didn't walk in or come out, so they happened to block the man and woman behind them. The face of the woman who wore heavy makeup immediately dropped. Her voice was filled with disdain. "Oh my. Say, are you two going in or not? As a youngling, if you want to pick up girls, take them to the movie theater, eat some spicy soup at night, and get a room to do what you need to do. What are you doing pretending and running to this kind of international brand name?" Wang Ying currently held Sun Yi's arm and put on an air of importance. When she spoke, her eyes looked to the skies, and she looked like she was eyeing to fly. Only after this mockery and ridicule did Wang Ying's gaze fall onto Qin Feng and Lin Bei. When she recognized Qin Feng, her expression greatly changed multiple times before resulting in an unrestrained sneer. "Haha, I was wondering which country bumpkin this was. Isn't this Royal Group's sales representative? Oh my, you're a heartless brat. You've kept Li Yu Chen, and now you're keeping a little female student. The little female students are so easy to fool these days. All you have to do is buy them some things and say some nice things and they'll be tricked into bed. What has the world come to?" Qin Feng thought he was pretty brazen, but he had found someone even more so. She stood there complaining about how messy the world was when she was someone else's mistress. Qin Feng was too lazy to even look at a frivolous woman like her. Sun Yi saw Qin Feng and couldn't contain the raging flames in his eyes. Yesterday, Qin Feng cheated him of 8 million yuan, so Sun Yi wanted to bite him to death. However, when he saw Lin Bei standing next to Qin Feng, the fire in his eyes receded and was replaced by a glowing green. He stood there silently and didn't know what to say. "Qin Feng, the things here are really expensive. We should just leave. I just wanted to take a walk with you. I wasn't preparing to buy anything." Lin Bei was a bit mad. She tugged at Qin Feng and prepared to leave. Wang Ying immediately blocked their way. She smiled coldly. "Oh, so it seems that I've underestimated your courting techniques. This girlie looks pretty fresh and tender, but her brain is no good. She isn't spending your money and she's letting you get in bed with her? What a loose woman. How can you talk like that? Do I know you? Please don't use that kind of language to insult me." Lin Bei could stand other things, but she couldn't stand it if someone said she was a loose woman in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible coldness. She hugged Lin Bei's shoulder and suddenly laughed. "Bei, let's go. We'll go in and choose clothes. Mph, you're a poor kid and you're running to an international brand name store to pretend? I want to see if you can even afford a belt inside. Just yesterday Sun Yi was cheated 8 million yuan at the Royal Group, and today, they coincidentally met Qin Feng again. It wasn't just Wang Ying that wanted to take this chance to humiliate Qin Feng. Sun Yi couldn't let the opportunity slip by either. His eyes almost fell out of his skull when he saw Lin Bei standing beside Qin Feng. He couldn't understand how these high-quality beauties would like a poor brat like Qin Feng. The two followed Qin Feng and Lin Bei into the Chanel store. They ignored the warm reception of the sales staff and walked in the direction Qin Feng did. Qin Feng brought Lin Bei to the new product section. There were a range of styles ranging from mature and sexy to pure and pretty. "Bei, look around. If you like something, go try it out." Lin Bei nodded. She was clearly unhappy. She wasn't angry at Wang Ying's insults, but she was a bit surprised that Qin Feng didn't stand up for her. Based on Qin Feng's former temper, he would have brutally struck the two in the face. But Lin Bei glanced at Qin Feng and noticed that he still had a calm expression. He clearly didn't take what had happened to heart. When you like a person, you'll care about their every move in addition to personal gains and losses. Every detail made Lin Bei muse and feel a sense of loss for a good while. She looked around for a long time, but Lin Bei's heart wasn't on the clothes, so she didn't try on any of them. "Look at you pretending. We've been here for half a day and you still haven't chosen any clothes to try. And don't make up crap about being above these clothes. From what I see, if you don't have the money, hurry up and scram. Don't be a disgrace." This store was originally high class, but seeing these houseflies makes me want to vomit. Wang Ying observed them from the side for half a day and grasped the opportunity to taunt them. Qin Feng didn't answer Wang Ying and sat on a seat in the rest area. He sent a text message on his phone. His card was currently frozen by his old dad and he had no money on him. However, WN Cheng Square is Royal Group's property, so Qin Feng knew the property manager Xiao Cheng. At this time, he was sending him a text to come over immediately. Lin Bei Bei clenched her teeth and stood shyly in front of a pile of beautiful clothes. When she looked at the prices of the clothes, her heart wanted to jump out of her chest. She was ridiculed by Wang Ying, but had no way of rebutting her because she really was a poor child. She should never have come to such a luxurious store. Her pretty and refined face slowly became completely and impossibly red. Her entire body heated and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Her shyness was extremely charming. When Sun Yi saw it, he lost his senses. He really wanted to pull Lin Bei Bei into a fitting room and ravish her. A pair of large hands suddenly fell on Lin Bei Bei's shoulders. A fresh and familiar scent wafted into her nose, calming her wildly beating heart. Qin Feng hugged Lin Bei Bei and looked calmly at Wang Ying and Sun Yi. He gave a slight smile. What you said was right. In my eyes, the clothes here aren't good enough for Bei Bei. She's delicate, pretty, refined, innocent, and kind-hearted. Any clothing material and style won't be able to compare to her innate persona. I think Bei Bei is the most beautiful without clothes. Qin Feng wasn't joking, he was serious. This was an honest thought from the bottom of his heart. When he went to room 888 of the Royal Clubhouse today, he saw Lin Bei Bei's body and continued to feel this way. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You're clearly a country bumpkin if you can say such vulgar things in this crowded hall. And you're even pretending to be a literary person? You're really shameless. I actually want to see how good this silly girl looks without clothes. Why don't you take her clothes off now? Qin Feng had Wang Ying tickled with laughter. Even the quiet Sun Yi's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. I'm also curious. Even Chanel's clothes aren't good enough for this beauty. I wonder how good she'll look without any clothes on. While speaking, Sun Yi's gaze fell on Lin Bei Bei's body. His gaze brimmed with the desire to see through Lin Bei Bei's clothes. Qin Feng's grip on Lin Bei Bei tightened. He casually pulled a light pink qipao with embroidered lilies off the display rack. It wasn't really a classical Chinese qipao. After some changes from the designer, it became a modern and sexy outfit that still retained its refined and dignified elegance. Qin Feng really liked it. Bei Bei, I'll go inside with you. Let's try this one. He didn't wait for Lin Bei Bei's response and pulled her into the fitting room. He stopped by the door and turned his head to look at Wang Ying and Sun Yi. Don't be deluded, you two. Only I can enjoy Bei Bei's body. The fitting room wasn't very big. Now that two people stood inside, Lin Bei Bei was clearly a bit uneasy. Bei Bei, don't worry and try on the clothes. I'll turn around and won't peek. Qin Feng said with his back facing Lin Bei Bei. Lin Bei Bei nodded with a tender and beautiful blush. She took off her clothes, trying her best to make as little noise as possible. Not long after, Lin Bei Bei finished changing and gave Qin Feng a light pat. Qin Feng turned and his eyes shined. He always thought Lin Bei Bei innately had Lin Daiyu's sickly and weak kind of beauty. There were a couple of times where he wondered what Lin Bei Bei would look like in a qipao. She now stood before him wearing a light pink qipao adorned with lilies. The qipao was a style that revealed half the shoulder. It left Lin Bei Bei's fragrant shoulder and back exposed. Her long arms were like budding lotus roots, perfectly white and clear. The tight qipao made her curves more defined. She wasn't fiery hot, but had a fresh pleasantness instead. She looked like a fairy maiden from the ancient paintings. She was delicate, pure, refined, and extremely exquisite. Within this image of classical peacefulness, she also expressed a sliver of charming sexiness. Since Qin Feng hadn't said anything, Lin Bei Bei shyly raised her head. She saw that Qin Feng's gaze was fixed upon her body, but didn't feel any distaste. Instead, she was a bit excited. Qin Feng, does it look good? Lin Bei Bei couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng nodded and said nothing. He had no words to express how beautiful Lin Bei Bei currently was. It was clearly not enough to just say she looked good. Bei, go choose a couple of outfits that you like. And some shoes and accessories. Buy some of everything and don't care about the price. You know me, I'm the only son of the richest man, I have this kind of money. Qin Feng's words made Lin Beibei's mood extremely good. She didn't really want Qin Feng to buy her stuff, she just wanted this kind of treatment. Okay, then I'll really go choose. Lin Beibei finally set down her reservations. She thought these reservations were necessary in front of other people, but they were unnecessary in front of Qin Feng. The two walked out of the fitting room. Once they got out, all of the surrounding people's gazes fell on Lin Beibei's body. They were all deeply enchanted by this fairy that walked out of a painting. Oh, what a beautiful Chinese girl. There's no need to talk about compliments in Chinese. After a couple of foreigners in the crowd saw Lin Beibei, they couldn't help but compliment her. Once Lin Beibei came out, she realized that she became the audience's focal point. Practically all of the customers in the Chanel store stared fixedly at her. Flustered, she carefully hid behind Qin Feng and held his hand. Lin Beibei's beauty was recognized by all. Though from the outside Wang Ying pursed her lips in disdain, internally, she was shocked by Lin Beibei's beauty. And there's need to mention what Sun Yi beside her thought. His eyes glowed green and he couldn't take his eyes off Lin Beibei's body. Chapter 110. Chapter 110, Cover Model. Sun Yi was jealous of Qin Feng. This brat had no money or status. How was it that every gal he picked up was a luxury item among luxury items? He looked at Wang Ying who stood beside him once more. She could only depend on heavy makeup to have even a bit of charm. Sun Yi felt like a failure. Though he wasn't considered someone from an extremely rich and powerful family, his old man was still a real estate developer of some consequence. Though his family didn't have over 100 million, they didn't have any less than tens of millions. As someone from a rich family, a sense of despair filled his heart when he thought of how he had to spend money just to keep an average-looking woman like Wang Ying. Sun Yi didn't deliberate too long before walking towards Lin Beibei. He was so mesmerized by her that he almost lost his soul. This time, he decided to rely on his background to take Lin Beibei. As for Wang Ying, she could go play wherever she liked. If he had a goddess-tiered woman like Lin Beibei, even if Wang Ying was a free home delivery, Sun Yi still wouldn't give her another glance. Beauty, this kind of chipao worn on your body forms a heavenly combination. It's like green leaves paired with red flowers, and highlights the brilliance of your classical elegance. Sun Yi's eyes shined with praise for Lin Beibei. He was smiling so hard that his face almost turned crooked. I just have to walk a street and I can see such a delightfully beautiful woman. I've decided that I'll buy this chipao for you. If you like anything else in the store, I'm willing to buy it for you as well. I just want this beauty to have a meal with me so we can get to know each other. Before courting a woman, men love to pretend to be gentlemanly. After getting her into his hands, they all become beasts. In today's society, this kind of move is outdated. According to Qin Feng's courting tactics, you're a beast before courting a woman. After getting her, you act like a gentleman. The phrase, if men aren't bad, women don't love them makes a lot of sense. There's no need. Lin Beibei resolutely rejected Sun Yi. She thought this man was despicable. His girlfriend was next to him and he was still coming on to her. He was a really disgusting man. Having Qin Feng to pay for me is enough. At this time, Lin Beibei held tightly onto Qin Feng. She lifted her head and gazed tenderly at him. She felt an incomparable sense of happiness. After he was rejected in front of an audience, Sun Yi couldn't contain his expression and his face fell. He looked at Qin Feng and said in contemplation, "Him? Does he look like he has money? I forgot to tell you, I saw this guy yesterday. He's just a little sales representative. Don't be fooled by his flowery words, you won't have a future if you date this kind of person. That's my problem, it's none of your business." Lin Beibei was really unhappy with Sun Yi's attempt to belittle Qin Feng. She coldly glared at him. Wang Ying already saw through Sun Yi's intentions. She was afraid he wanted to pick up that tramp. She would never let Lin Beibei get her way. She chose a revealing and sexy outfit off the clothes rack and ran to the fitting room to change. She was ready to use her body to attract the gazes onto herself and ruthlessly push Lin Beibei down in comparison. No one cared about what Wang Ying did. Sun Yi didn't give up. He continued, "Beauty, maybe you don't know who I am. My dad is the CEO of Acropolis City's big land real estate. He doesn't make that much in a year, but he makes at least 10 or 20 million. Sun Yi held his head high and puffed up his chest. He was filled with arrogance as he looked at Qin Feng with contempt. "I'm not like some people who only know how to use flowery speech but can't buy anything." Those who could buy things from Chanel were people who had some sort of family background. Some of the people nodded when they heard big land real estate like they had heard of it before, while some others had no impression of it. Lin Beibei thought Sun Yi was hilarious. He was talking about a small real estate company that only had 10 or 20 million a year in income and still dared to be ostentatious in front of Qin Feng. She stood behind Qin Feng and couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Beauty, do you think I'm bullshitting?" Sun Yi's expression became serious. He clearly misunderstood Lin Beibei's reason for laughing. He grandly waved his hands. Sun Yi, never lie. I said 10 or 20 million at first, but that's just a conservative estimate. A lot of people in Acropolis City know me. I'm even good friends with the 4 princes of Acropolis. An income of 20 million actually isn't much. Beauty, if you want to be friends, in the future, I naturally won't treat you shabbily. Sun Yi's meaning was quite clear. He wanted to keep Lin Beibei as a mistress. Lin Beibei smiled even more. She wanted to ask Qin Feng right in front of Sun Yi's face whether or not Qin Feng knew this crazy dude. A lot of people never heard of big land real estate, but Acropolis City's 4 princes were quite famous. Practically all of Acropolis City's locals heard of them. Thus, when Sun Yi said he knew Acropolis City's 4 princes, the people in the crowd began to quietly deliberate. They even looked at Sun Yi differently. Sun Yi felt the gazes of reverence from the crowd and basked in them. He puffed his chest even more and looked like a large rooster that wanted to go into battle. "Beauty, this is my name card. You can think about it." Lin Beibei didn't take the name card Sun Yi extended to her. She didn't even care enough to look at him. A large-bellied middle-aged man made his way into the crowd. He had a fawning smile and came up to Lin Beibei. "How do you do, beautiful girl? I'm Zhao Chuan, the general agent for Chanel in Acropolis City. The light pink qipao you're wearing is a new design Chanel made to expand into the Chinese market. I've recently been looking for a cover model for the qipao series. It's definitely destiny that I saw a beauty like you wearing this qipao today. I don't know if you're willing to accept this invitation to become the cover model. Don't worry, in terms of compensation, you'll be receiving allocations from the headquarters. They only care about the result, and they don't care about spending money." Zhao Chuan's sudden appearance gave Lin Beibei a bit of a shock. She didn't think casually wearing a qipao would attract so much attention. She blushed and lifted her head to look towards Qin Feng. Of course she would need Qin Feng's help to decide on an important matter like this. "Beauty, are you suspicious of my identity? Don't worry, the store manager and all of the sales staff here know and can vouch for me. Also, Chanel is a large and reputable company. There won't be any sort dishonest things such as unspoken rules." The first time Zhao Chuan saw Lin Beibei, he knew that if he hired her to be the cover model for the qipao, this series would definitely sell extremely well. Too bad Zhao Chuan was a man. If he was a woman and saw how beautiful Lin Beibei was while wearing the qipao, he'd definitely want to buy one to wear himself. "Beauty, I can attest that if you're the cover model for the qipao products, you'll receive all of the joint promotions between Chanel and China. You'll also be on the big advertisement in the store, the largest and most eye-catching poster. Also, your reward definitely won't be less than 7 figures. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, A 7-figure endorsement fee. Lin Beibei's beautiful eyes were as clear as water and bright with joy. A 7-figure endorsement fee. That's over $1 million. She wasn't a money-hungry girl, but if this chance really existed, she would be moved by it. However, she still said nothing and looked at Qin Feng in silence. "There's no need for that." Qin Feng didn't hesitate and straightforwardly rejected Zhao Chuan. "It's enough for me to enjoy Beibei's beauty alone." There's no need to put it on display for other people. His singular tyrannical line was mesmerizingly handsome. Lin Bei raised her head slightly and looked at Qin Feng's serious expression with a slight smile. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She felt so blissful that she was about to melt in Qin Feng's embrace. Lin Bei would willingly give up on 1,000,000 yuan for Qin Feng's one tyrannical line. Beauty, what do you think? After being rejected by Qin Feng, Zhao Chuan still didn't give up. He threw some more bait at Lin Bei. If it's a matter of price, I can contest it with headquarters. I can assure you that you'll get a contract with a guaranteed minimum of 2,000,000 yuan. What do you think? Even A-list celebrities could not receive this rare opportunity to shoot a group of advertisements with a 2,000,000 yuan contract, a completely new person, and an international luxury brand as large as Chanel. Lin Bei laughed and shook her head. Thank you for your kind intentions, but Qin Feng said that he didn't want to exhibit my beauty for everyone to see, so I have to listen to him. Qin Feng was selfish, but this kind of selfishness made Lin Bei feel gratified. Zhao Chuan dejectedly shook his head. He was about to try again when Wang Ying finished changing and walked out of the fitting room. She wore a red, halter-top mini-dress and walked out of the fitting room like she was on a catwalk. She swayed her hips and strutted seductively towards the audience. It felt as though she was walking on the red carpet of the Cannes Film Festival. Dearest, look at the red mini-dress I'm wearing. Does it look good? Wang Ying intentionally spoke loudly amongst the crowd. She spoke while imitating elementary schoolers and twirled gracefully. This mini-dress was indeed sexy. It exposed her whole back and only a small piece of cloth covered her chest and thighs. It was a really modern and fashionable style that normal people wouldn't dare wear outside. As Wang Ying expected, all gazes fell on her. She felt like a floating fairy, and she was extremely pleased. But before she could fully enjoy this pleasure, all of the gazes flitted away. They made faces as if their eyes were tainted and quickly returned their gazes onto Lin Bei. While looking at this slim and graceful young lady, they smiled with their hearts at ease. At this time, they underwent a profound experience and discovered that true beauty and sexiness was not determined by how much skin one exposed or how alluringly they could paint themselves with makeup. True beauty was determined when one could quietly stand there without words or movement, yet could slowly and steadily release unlimited brilliance. Once they saw Lin Bei, who was as white as the first snow, with skin as tender as a new lotus, a collarbone as perfect as jade, and only a small amount of her beautiful and thin legs exposed. Seeing Wang Ying with most of her skin exposed made them want to throw up. The more Wang Ying exposed, the more disgusted they felt. These people all began to worry that after seeing a woman as perfect as Lin Bei, they would never date again. Dearest, hurry and look at me. Hurry and look. Do I look good? Aren't I sexy wearing this mini-dress? It's really alluring. If you like it, let's buy it. When we get home, I'll wear it for you. Wang Ying hadn't seen the change in the audience's demeanor and swayed Sun Yi's arm with arrogance. Sun Yi really didn't want to look at Wang Ying again. Even listening to her sugar-coated voice was more disgusting than eating a housefly. Someone in the crowd shouted mischievously, "Hey, Chanel's regional general manager, what do you think of this gal? Why don't you use her for your Chipao advertisements?" Once these words were spoken, a sea of mockery arose. Wang Ying was still unaware of the situation. When she heard that Chanel's regional general manager was here, and that he was looking for a cover model, she immediately became excited. "Where's the manager? Hurry and look at me, okay? My figure and looks are outstanding. I'll definitely be able to showcase the souls of the designers if I wear the clothes your company designs." Zhao Chuan stepped out. He took one glance at Wang Ying and shook his head in distaste. When compared to Lin Bei, the two were on completely different grades. There were swarms of women like Wang Ying on the streets. "Dearest," they said, the regional general managers picking out a cover model. "Is that true? Where's the manager? Why don't I try? I'm so movingly beautiful." Smack. Wang Ying hadn't finished speaking when she was met with a resounding slap. Before she could react, the slap shoved her to the ground. "You ugly thing, hurry and scram. In the future, don't look for me. I feel disgusted just by looking at you, you're really an embarrassment." Sun Yi had enough, and exploded on the spot. Dazed, Wang Ying sat on the floor. She forgot about the stinging pain on her face and stared at Sun Yi with complete astonishment. The story shouldn't have progressed this way. She could feel the audience's judgmental gazes. When did she ever suffer such disgrace? However, once she thought about how losing Sun Yi's financial support would cause her to lose the material life she had now, she didn't care about face. She immediately crawled before Sun Yi and hugged his thigh with a death grip. Sun Yi, you can't treat me like this. Every night, I help you blow your load, satisfy your desires with dual attacks from the front and back, and I never turned my back on you when you don't even last for more than a minute. How can you hit me and call me ugly? When you go crazy with me at night, you don't say anything like that to me. With one breath, Wang Ying let everything out. The audience shifted their judgmental gazes onto Sun Yi. Sun Yi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How did he end up finding such a foolish woman? He had no face to continue staying here. He kicked Wang Ying away and wanted to leave. Tramp, let go of me. Wang Ying already lost her senses. She tightly hugged Sun Yi's thigh as if she had gone crazy. She refused to let go, so Sun Yi began to kick her. The more he kicked, the wilder the kicks became. Wang Ying began to spit blood, but he still couldn't shake her off. This man was so malicious that the surrounding audience could not continue to WA him. The foreigners swore in English and denounced Sun Yi. Then, 2 security guards ran over and pulled Sun Yi away. The fight gradually calmed. Wang Ying's hair was disheveled, and she was battered and exhausted. She suddenly looked towards Lin Bei. All of this was because of her. Her eyes clouded over with evil as she pounced at Lin Bei with bared teeth and flying claws. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, A Dreamlike and Fantastical Day. You tramp, you're just pretending to be pure. I'll tear off your clothes and show everyone your dirty body. I wonder how many times you've been done, and by how many despicable men. You're both a pair of dogs. This sudden outburst scared Lin Bei and she screamed in fright. Wang Ying's hair was disheveled, and the corner of her mouth had traces of blood. It was extremely frightening, like seeing Sadako in broad daylight. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He didn't wait for Wang Ying's claws to reach Lin Bei before he kicked this vicious woman out the door. Even pitiful people must have hateful traits, this saying isn't false. After kicking her, Qin Feng acted like nothing happened and muttered this line to himself. He tugged at Lin Bei and led her to sit on the sofa to the side. At this time, an impeccably dressed man walked into the Chanel store. He had an unordinary aura and an air of capability. His expression revealed a sliver of anxiousness, and when he walked into the store, his eyes began to scan the premises. When he saw Qin Feng sitting on the sofa, he immediately ran towards him. Young Master Qin, I didn't think you'd come to Encheng Square. I have been lacking in my accommodations. I hope young Master Qin can forgive me. It was clear that the customers in the store didn't know Xiao Cheng, but they all stared at him in utter shock. After all, when he came into the store, he could clearly see Wang Ying lying at the doorstep, but he didn't care and just barged past her. Once he got into the store, he reverently arrived before Qin Feng. The bystanders began to guess at Qin Feng's identity. Oh, I remember now. I was wondering why this young man looked so familiar. His Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master Qin Feng. An elderly man in his 50s suddenly exclaimed. He had only come to this realization when he heard Xiao Cheng address Qin Feng as young Master Qin. No one thought that Acropolis City's #1 young master would wander around Encheng Square in his free time. It was said that his old man developed the whole street, so it seemed meaningless for him to wander about in his own home. After this old man's exclamation, a couple more people recognized Qin Feng. Most of these people were those that attended banquets for the rich and powerful and had seen Qin Feng before. They didn't have much of an impression of him from then, and Qin Feng was dressed quite casually right now, so it wasn't strange that these people hadn't recognized Qin Feng immediately. The young Master Qin you're speaking of. Is that young Master Qin of Acropolis City's 4 princes? That's him. Wait, that man said he was really familiar with Acropolis City's 4 princes earlier. He unknowingly sold himself. That's right. He clearly slapped himself in the face. After discovering Qin Feng's identity, these people got excited. If you were walking in the street and saw the richest son in the city, no, county, you would also have a discussion about him as well. Sun Yi stood dumbly in the crowd as if he were struck by lightning. His face was one of someone who had just eaten shit. He shook his head like his life depended on it, and attempted to struggle one last time. He suddenly shouted, "That's impossible, that's impossible. I know this guy, he's just a sales representative in Royal Group. You idiots, I already said I'm very familiar with Acropolis City's 4 princes. How would I not know young Master Qin?" Someone in the crowd immediately refuted him with mockery, "You're the fucking idiot." Young Master Qin was clearly organized to gain some experience in his family's company. "Stop making a fool of yourself. You even dared to say that you know young Master Qin? Don't you know that if you want to act pretentious, you need to at least put in some effort?" Xiao Cheng weighed everyone debate about whether or not Qin Feng was young Master Qin and thought they were really boring. He flashed his name tag and playfully looked at Sun Yi. "Hello, I'm WN Cheng Square's General Property Manager Cheng Xiong. Young Master Qin is this Commercial Street's Diamond VIP. A store that he enters is no longer open to any other customers. Please leave." Sun Yi saw Cheng Xiong's shiny name tag and knew that his identity was not fake. Only the #1 hedonistic young Master Qin Feng could have the luxury of being personally attended to by WN Cheng Square's General Property Manager and have every store that he walked in to be shut from the rest of the public. This time, something was stuck in Sun Yi's throat and he couldn't speak. After discovering Qin Feng's identity, Wang Ying, who was still lying on the ground at the doorstep of the store, was filled with regret. How was she so blind as to not even recognize young Master Qin? If she knew about his identity earlier, she would have done all she could to seduce him. Wait. Qin Feng called on Sun Yi before he could escape. Sun Yi now knew Qin Feng's identity, so he didn't dare act rashly. When he heard Qin Feng call him, he obediently stood still. Qin Feng walked up to Sun Yi and slapped him in the face. "This slap is for Li Yu Chen." Sun Yi hadn't even gotten the chance to react when a second slap flew over. "This slap is for Bei Bei." After the 2 slaps, Qin Feng stared coldly at Sun Yi. "These 2 slaps are to tell you that some women are off limits. For human trash like you, you mar with Wang Ying very well. I wholeheartedly wish the 2 of you happiness and that you'll stay together until you're old and grey. You can scram." Qin Feng suddenly exploded. Sun Yi was so frightened that he broke into a run, leaving Wang Ying on the ground at the doorstep. He didn't care whether she was dead or alive. What happened next was simple. With Cheng Xiong's appearance, the customers in the Chanel store were quickly sent outside. In the end, Qin Feng and Lin Bei Bei were the only customers left in the luxurious place. Every girl has dreams of being a princess, and Lin Bei Bei always daydreamed about becoming one as well. At this time, this dream became a reality. Lin Bei Bei felt like a princess, a grand and beautiful princess that Qin Feng doted on. All of the emotions pent up in her heart dispersed. She came to the realization that Qin Feng didn't get angry before because he had a punishment prepared for Sun Yi and Wang Ying right from the beginning. It wasn't that he didn't care about her. Plus, these slaps were 100 times more effective than brutally beating them up. "Qin Feng, thank you." While wearing the beautiful qipao, Lin Bei Bei suddenly tiptoed and kissed Qin Feng on the cheek. Qin Feng laughingly patted Lin Bei Bei's smooth and soft black hair. "Why are you thanking me? You don't need to be polite with me. Now, this whole Chanel store is yours. Choose whatever you like." Qin Feng tapped the tip of Lin Bei Bei's nose. Lin Bei Bei shyly nodded. Then, she was like a happy little butterfly freely dancing in the gleaming Chanel store. Lin Bei Bei's existence was previously composed of going to school, going home, and working. She never had time to walk around, and she didn't enjoy walking around either. Though she was like other girls and liked new clothes and dressing up, her life situation wasn't as good as these other girls. She had so few clothes that it was pitiable. At school, she always wore her uniform while other college females would wear some pretty clothes to exhibit their youthfulness. Now that she finally had the opportunity to stroll and shop with the person she liked, Lin Bei Bei was addicted. After half an hour, she tried on over 10 outfits, 5 pairs of high heels, and 2 purses. Every time Qin Feng saw Lin Bei Bei walk out of the fitting room wearing different styles of clothes, his eyes shined. He realized that this girl was innately beautiful. No matter what she wore, it made her extremely well. Qin Feng, I think that's enough, I'm exhausted. Lin Bei Bei plopped down beside Qin Feng and casually leaned on his shoulder. She didn't call Qin Feng young Master Qin anymore because it didn't feel intimate enough. Qin Feng brushed away the small beads of sweat on Lin Bei Bei's forehead and smiled, then let's pack up all of these clothes and I'll take you to dinner. Lin Bei Bei was so shocked that she sat up straight and stared incredulously at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I was just trying them, I wasn't planning on buying them. How much would all of these clothes, shoes, and bags cost? Lin Bei Bei didn't dare think about it because she had looked at the prices of everything she tried on. No piece of clothing was below 5 figures. If they bought everything, it would cost more than a couple $100,000. You've already tried them, why wouldn't you buy them? They look really good on you. Qin Feng naturally understood Lin Bei Bei's mindset and did not heed her words. He already told the pretty sales staff member to pack up all the clothes that Lin Bei Bei tried on. Lin Bei Bei was about to refuse, but after a moment of hesitation, she said nothing, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Xiao Cheng, I forgot to bring my card. Put the tab on my old man, Qin Feng said while looking at Cheng Xiong. Young Master Qin, of course I don't need you to pay. Just treat this as my gift to Miss Lin because it's the first time I've met her. Cheng Xiong thought it was extremely cost-effective to spend around 500,000 to establish a good relationship with Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand, there's no need for that. Bei Bei won't accept gifts from other people, she only wants gifts from me. Alright, next time young Master Qin and Miss Lin have time, I'll treat the both of you out to a meal. Qin Feng held 2 hands full of shopping bags and Lin Bei Bei held his arm. The two intimately walked out of the Chanel store. After getting out, they ate a Western meal and even saw a fun movie. Lin Bei Bei felt that this day passed by strangely fast. It was like a dream or illusion. She was still stuck in her blissful state when the sun slowly set. Bei Bei, we've walked for the whole day, you must be exhausted. I'll take you back, Qin Feng said as he lifted his head to look at the darkened sky. Lin Bei Bei's lips cheat. Although she was unwilling to part with Qin Feng, she had already occupied his entire day and couldn't ask him to keep walking with her. What if Qin Feng felt disgusted with her? The two returned to the royal clubhouse. Qin Feng tossed the shopping bags in hand onto the carpet and exhaled in relief. Today he wore the 300-kilogram flying dragon armor, held 2 hands full of heavy shopping bags, and walked around with Lin Bei Bei for the whole day. He was indeed a bit tired. Now that he was lying on the large and soft bed, he felt extremely relaxed and comfortable. When she saw Qin Feng lying on the bed she had slept on before, Lin Bei Bei's face reddened. She didn't know where her courage came from, but she suddenly came up and stuck herself next to Qin Feng's body. Chapter 113. Chapter 113. The signal was bad, what did you say? Qin Feng was slightly startled when the jade-like body entered his embrace. He was about to push Lin Bei Bei away when she whispered into his ear with a slight gust of warmth, Qin Feng, take me tonight. Qin Feng began to doubt that this was the Lin Bei Bei he knew. He hadn't seen her for a week, but this change was too large. He didn't know about Yu Wenxiong's brutality toward Lin Bei Bei or her lonely sleepless nights when she thought about him. He didn't know about a lot of things regarding her, so that's why he felt that she seemed to have changed. He pushed Lin Bei Bei off him and sat up with seriousness. Bei Bei, don't speak nonsense. You're still in college, this is not something you should touch upon. Qin Feng suddenly became angry. He scared Lin Bei Bei and she sat to the side and hung her head. He didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, Lin Bei Bei bit her lip and softly asked, Qin Feng, do you like me? Qin Feng didn't rush to respond. He still had the quest of making Lin Bei Bei his girlfriend, and even if he disregarded this quest, he still cared about Lin Bei Bei. Who wouldn't like this pure, strong, independent, and beautiful woman? Let's talk about this another day, Qin Feng said after a lot of hesitation. Though only the Hao family elder was left as a general without an army, This was the most dangerous time of the war between the Qin and Hao families. After all, the Hao elder had nothing to lose, so he would definitely do anything to take his revenge on the Qin family. Qin Feng didn't want to endanger the people close to him during this tenuous time. A large part of why he went to work at Royal Group was due to this. He was afraid that if he interacted with Lin Bei, Zhao Lingxian, or Yun Xiao too frequently, they would be in danger. After all, the Hao elder would use them as leverage against him. Pure and sparkling tears rolled down Lin Bei's face. She had nothing more to say. She treated Qin Feng's words as a rejection, and her heart was struck with an unnamed ache. Originally, she wanted to mention the Yu Wenxiong situation. Now, she felt that there was no need for that. Qin Feng didn't even like her, so why would she cling on to him? She was not that kind of woman. Qin Feng, you head back. I need to sleep. Lin Bei suddenly stood and didn't look at Qin Feng. Half a month earlier, in the same room, Lin Bei was rejected by Qin Feng once. At that time, her heart was filled with all sorts of emotions. Today, half a month later, she was rejected again, but the one that left was Qin Feng instead. Though the time was short, it felt like a lifetime. But the pain of heartbreak was as distinct as ever. Qin Feng stood. He could tell that Lin Bei was down, but for her safety he didn't explain himself. Once he completely resolved the Hao family issue, he would come back personally and provide Lin Bei a satisfactory explanation. Wait. Lin Bei called out just as Qin Feng approached the door. For you. Since there won't be a chance in the future, Lin Bei presented him with a white shirt with a little black bow tie. As a girl of her age, the love she pursued was pure and simple. It was not about brand name purses and especially not about race cars and mansions. That day on the sports field, he was as bright as the sun. She thought that if Qin Feng wore a white shirt with a black bow tie, he would be just as handsome and bright like the sun. After leaving the royal clubhouse, Qin Feng rushed back to the Qin manor on his 28 bike. At this time, his cell phone rang. Qin Feng pulled out his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Who is it? Haha, is this young Master Qin? A familiar laughter passed through the phone. But, even after thinking for a while, Qin Feng couldn't think of who it was. Are you trying to figure out who I am? Haha, I'll tell you who I am. I'm proud of who I am and I stand by my actions. I'm smart and handsome, my ability and status defy natural order, my name is spread far and wide in the capital, and I'm renowned in China as young Master Wei of the 4 young masters of the capital, Wei Xiaolei. Wei Xiaolei said all this with his head high and chest puffed. Qin Feng scraped his ear. Hey, the signal was bad at first. What did you say? Wei Xiaolei's lips cheat and he almost hung up. I'm Wei Xiaolei. Oh, now that's much more natural. Qin Feng laughed. You gave all of these phony titles that I almost treated you as a clapper talk performer. Qin Feng, don't think that I'm afraid of you because you're Acropolis City's #1 young master. In my eyes, Acropolis is just a pellet of a land. I've seen a lot of people like you who are toads sitting at the bottom of a well. Ever since Wei Xiaolei lost the car race and his limited edition Maserati Gran Turismo to Qin Feng, he hated Qin Feng. After sending some people to do some research, he then discovered that Qin Feng had some background, and he was Acropolis' richest young master. But what then? Wei Xiaolei was also a rich young master. He was one of the 4 young masters of the capital. As China's economic hub, the capital was much larger than Acropolis. Not only was he unafraid of Qin Feng's background, he even looked right for him. He wanted to teach Qin Feng a good lesson. Since young Master Wei looks down on Acropolis and me as well, then don't call me. The global phone card I opened is really expensive. Qin Feng was too lazy to care about people like Wei Xiaolei. He was about to hang up when he heard an urgent shout. Qin Feng, hang up then. If you hang up, I'll assure you that when you get back to the Qin manor, you'll notice that your little lover is gone. By then, I can't guarantee how many men will be on her. Qin Feng's brows immediately furrowed. For other issues, he could let them go, but women and close friends were his sore spots. Wei Xiaolei touched his sore spot, and to Qin Feng, this was not a wise move. Ha ha! Qin Feng suddenly laughed. I, Qin Feng, am distinguished in my unruliness. I have as many women as I have clothes. I wonder which woman you've captured, young Master Wei. Haha, Qin Feng, why are you pretending? Aren't you trying to figure out if I've really kidnapped your woman? Then I'll let you take a listen. A crisp slap rang through the phone, followed by Wei Xiaolei's ruthless shout. Fuck, hurry and say what your name is and scream twice for me so that idiot Qin Feng can hear. Ah. Didon T hit me. I don't know Qin Feng. Why did you kidnap me? Let me go, I'm begging you. The tender and weak cry of a woman drifted over. Though she didn't say his name and claimed she didn't know him, once she opened her mouth, Qin Feng's eyes turned red. He thought to himself, Ruo Ru, don't be afraid. I'll be right there. I'll kill these people and use their blood as an apologetic sacrifice to you. Haha, hearing the voice, it does sound like a woman I've played with. Tell me, where are you? I'll go and take a look. If it really is my woman, I'll take her with me. Qin Feng, I'll be waiting for you at Coiled Snake Mountain. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, your woman will become everyone's woman. Ha ha ha. Chapter 114. Chapter 114, I'm begging you to participate in the race. After hanging up, Qin Feng flew on his 28 bicycle. His speed broke a new record. He removed his flying dragon armor and rushed toward Coiled Snake Mountain. Coiled Snake Mountain was in a barren mountainous region in the southwest of Acropolis. This mountainous region was originally a mine. After over 10 years of mining, it became a wasteland. Because the body of the mountain was craggy and towering, the paths on the mountain were built based on its shape. From far away, it looked like there was a massive snake coiled within the mountain, hence the name Coiled Snake Mountain. Ever since the mine was depleted, Coiled Snake Mountain became a desolate wasteland. It had also become the street racing holy land for the wealthy sons of the 4 cities near Yun Province. It only took Qin Feng 8 minutes to ride his 28 bicycle to the base of Coiled Snake Mountain. At this time, the sun had mostly set, and what was previously a desolate wasteland was now filled with dazzling and luxurious sports cars. These cars all had their headlights on. They lit up Coiled Snake Mountain so that it was as bright as day. The sports cars were like roaring beasts as the engines rumbled in the dark night. When he saw this scene, Qin Feng's blood began to heat up. Not long ago, he was also a member of this racing group. Every night, he brought a different hot girl to freely spend his youth. Only a couple of months later, when coming back to the bottom of Coiled Snake Mountain and looking at the familiar bustling scene, the scene felt like one from a lifetime ago. While standing at the bottom of Coiled Snake Mountain, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings. Under the glaring car lights that shot into the dark night, he wasn't able to pinpoint Wei Xiaolei's position. He pushed his 28 bicycle and walked into the crowd. Tonight, Coiled Snake Mountain was more boisterous than before. The luxury cars lined up into the form of a long dragon. During his walk, Qin Feng noticed that even the lowest-ranked cars were Audi TT sports cars. Today, he attracted countless gazes as he pushed an antiquated and extinct 28 bicycle onto the pathway amongst the gathered luxury cars. Damn, which family's old man has run over here? My gosh, what the hell is this dude pushing? Is he also here to race? Haha. Damn, this idiot must have came from an alternate universe. The headlights were so blinding that it was hard to see Qin Feng's face, so they clearly hadn't discovered that he was young Master Qin. The sound of mocking laughter filled the ears. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He ignored their deliberations and continued to push his bike while searching avidly for Shu Ruo Ru. Thump thump. Suddenly, 2 bright headlights appeared, enshrouding the previously dark peak of Coiled Snake Mountain. In a fluster, the crowd turned to look. A Lamborghini Reventon silently stood at the mountaintop like a sleeping beast. There were only a limited 37 of this luxurious sports car in the whole world, 21 were sports coupes and 16 were convertibles. This top-of-the-line sports car was beautiful inside and out, so it was clearly something of high status. Its estimated selling price was €1 million, which was around 10.41 million yuan. Since this was such an astronomical value, there was a price but no market. If someone really wanted to buy it, they would have to spend around 15 million yuan. At this time, the audience that gathered at the bottom of Coiled Snake Mountain were rich young masters of high societal standing hailing from the 4 cities neighboring Yun province. They usually enjoyed racing and collecting luxury supercars like the Reventon. Everyone knew about this vehicle, and they all stared at it with their eyes aglow with desire. The name Reventon originated in 1943 by the bull that killed the bullfighter Felix Guzman. It was reported that this car was inspired by an F-22 fighter aircraft, so its figure and contours felt just like it. The car also used a lot of designs relating to elements contributing to flight. The design of the inside of the car was so lavish that it's hard to imagine. It had a sports seat that supports and encapsulates the rider with a multifunctional, 3-digit TFT liquid crystal display that made one feel like they were sitting in a cockpit. At the head of the Lamborghini Reventon was a large LED and xenon light. At the back of the car, there were modern taillights made of specially developed heat-resistant LED lights. This was the car that was a couple of hundred of meters away on the top of Coiled Snake Mountain. It turned its headlights on and shined them over so everyone could see it clearly. The crowd became impassioned. Someone walked out of the Reventon. Since he was a bit far away, his face could not be seen clearly. The instant he spoke through the loudspeaker, Qin Feng's face fell. "Hello everyone, my name is Wei Xiao Lei. If you know the capsule, you're bound to know me. You can call me Young Master Wei." At this time, I wasn't able to find any entertainment in Acropolis, so I decided to hold an underground auto race for the 4 cities of Yun province. I'm sure you all know and desire this Reventon behind me because this is a priceless, top-of-the-line supercar. It's a means of pride and a badge of status to us young masters that enjoy collecting luxury cars. So, today I set up this underground car meeting because I have crazy prizes. This Reventon is the first prize for the first place winner. Wei Xiao Lei paused here. An evil smile graced his face. Someone was forcefully pushed out of the Reventon. "So, what is the second reward?" "Well, that's this quality little lady. She's pure and cute, her body is slim and sexy, and she's also young and inexperienced. A nice car and a beauty, these are the presents prepared for the first place winner tonight. Whether you can get it or not will depend on how capable you are." These street racing young masters were clearly experienced. When they heard there was a beautiful woman as a gift, they all pulled out their binoculars to take a look. When they saw Shu Ruo's looks, their eyes all glowed green and they seemed to want to rush up and seize her. "Okay, we'll now begin registration for the race. There is a 200,000 yuan registration fee. Since the award is so generous, I'm sure you all won't want to miss out on it." When his voice subsided, Wei Xiao Lei brought Shu Ruo back onto the car, turned off the headlights, and the top of Coiled Snake Mountain once again fell into darkness. It was as if nothing had happened. At this time, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. "Young Master Qin, how was my speech?" "I was pretty cool, wasn't I?" Wei Xiao Lei's jolly voice drifted over. "Tell me, what do you want from me in order to release Shu Ruo?" Qin Feng's voice became icy. "Ha ha ha. Young Master Qin, oh young Master Qin. Weren't you really arrogant at first? Don't you have a lot of women? Isn't the entire Acropolis at the palm of your hand? Why are you begging this young master now? Since you're dissolute and hedonistic, why would you care about a mere pretty girl? Why don't you leave her for everyone so we can all have a good time?" "You're right. Okay, then I'll leave first. Hope you all have a fun time." Qin Feng sounded like he wanted to hang up. Wei Xiao Lei's smile froze violently. He urgently yelled into the phone, "Qin Feng, don't fucking pretend you're at ease. I've already done my research, you've recently been trying to pick up this girl, and you haven't gotten her yet. Ha ha. How could you bear to let someone else defile this pretty little bird? Just beg me obediently. I'm in a good mood, so I might even return her to you." "Oh, now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered that teacher Yun Xiao made plans with me tonight. She's also one of my targets. I'll take advantage of tonight to take her." Wei Xiao Lei did his research on Qin Feng, and Qin Feng also did his research on Wei Xiao Lei. Those who knew that he was from the capital's Wei family knew that he came to Acropolis to marry Yun Xiao. You get back here. You can't look for Yun Xiao. If you dare bother her again, I'll destroy you. Wei Xiaolei was so angry that he was about to spit blood. He clearly planned to ruthlessly squash Qin Feng tonight so Qin Feng could get a taste of the consequences of offending him. But now, the situation progressed very differently. Why do I have to listen to you? I don't have time for your nonsense. I have to go look for teacher Yun Xiao for makeup lessons. Teacher Yun Xiao loves to teach me while placing the textbook on her black, stocking-clad thighs, Qin Feng said while curling his lips. Wei Xiaolei was so angry that he turned green. He gnashed his teeth noisily. Qin Feng, what do you want? After he said this, Wei Xiaolei realized it sounded very familiar. Wasn't this what Qin Feng just asked him? Wei Xiaolei suddenly really wanted to cry. I don't want to do anything. I'm just going to teacher Yun Xiao's house to discuss literature and Chinese paintings. You know that I'm very studious. Wei Xiaolei was about to go crazy. He realized that Qin Feng wasn't like other rich boys. His way of thinking was uncontrollable. Wei Xiaolei worried that if he tried to threaten Qin Feng, he would be threatened instead. Qin Feng, don't leave. I've heard that you enjoy racing. Why don't you play a bit before leaving? Wei Xiaolei already spied tactics. Since going hard didn't work, then he would try using softness to lure Qin Feng. Tonight's underground auto race was planned especially for Qin Feng. He plotted an accident along the route to kill Qin Feng. But if Qin Feng didn't participate in the race, then all his plans would be for naught. Are you begging me? Qin Feng asked. Silence fell on other line for a long while. Then, there was the sound of grinding teeth. That's right, I'm begging you to participate in the competition. Oh no. This young master's greatest weakness is that he's too kind. Since you've heard that this young master's driving skills are godlike, and you're earnestly begging me to participate in the competition to see my godly skills, then I'll reluctantly fulfill your desires. But I'm not paying the registration fee. After thinking a bit, Qin Feng added, okay, hand the phone over to our Ruo Ru so I can have a couple of words with her in private. Wei Xiaolei stupidly handed the phone to Shu Ruo Ru. He suddenly realized that he was acting like Qin Feng's little brother. Qin Feng, when she got the phone, Shu Ruo Ru uncontrollably burst into tears. Ruo Ru, they didn't bully you, did they? Qin Feng's previously calm demeanor was swept cleanly away, and he asked his question with concern. No, they didn't do anything to me. They just wouldn't let me go home, Shu Ruo Ru said sadly. Qin Feng was relieved. His gaze was as cold as frost. Ruo Ru, don't be afraid. I'll race to the top immediately and teach these bad guys a lesson. Then, I'll take you home and teach you to play the flute tonight. When Shu Ruo Ru found out that Qin Feng was at the bottom of the mountain, her heart calmed. She nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll wait for you. When we get back, teach me well. I really like the musical arts. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, Don't Call Me Big Brother Wei. After taking the phone back, Wei Xiaolei almost wanted to jump off the mountain. He was clearly the one who kidnapped Shu Ruo Ru and threatened to kill Qin Feng, so how were they in the mood to discuss the musical arts? With a wave of his arm, he threw the cell phone off the top of the mountain. His face darkened. He told himself that he'd let Qin Feng feel good about himself first, and when the race starts later, he'll let Williams kill him on the route. He'd let him be cocky, then. He'll help deflower this pure and beautiful girl. After thinking this, Wei Xiaolei's lips curved into an evil smile and his mood improved significantly. At this time, at the bottom of Coiled Snake Mountain, the young masters fought to be the first to register. For these second-generation rich kids, 200,000 wasn't much. Wei Xiaolei's awards for first place deeply enticed every rich young master. With hope in their hearts, everyone thought they could win first place. Qin Feng wasn't a part of this bustling scene. He stopped his 28 in a quiet corner and sat on it. He looked up and admired the moon. This competition was not stressful to him. He could win this luxury car race on his 28 bike. They quickly finished registering, prepared to get into their own cars, and warmed up. Suddenly, There was an ear-splitting grinding noise followed by the appearance of a black Porsche 911 which stopped amidst the crowd with a beautiful drift. The car came to a steady stop, its door opened, and a pair of purple high heels strayed out. Though they hadn't seen the woman's face yet, her beautiful, long, and slim jade-like legs already caused a good amount of eyes to brighten. She wore light purple with blue and white porcelain designs embroidered into her clothes. She got out of the car and leisurely walked towards the registration area. This woman had beautiful hair that was twisted atop her head and revealed her beautiful white collarbones. Her eyebrows were long and thin, her eyes were clear, her nose was jade-like, her eyes were almond-shaped, and her small peach lips were naturally red. She was not only beautiful, but she was also outstandingly classy. Her small, quick steps were like lotus flowers. She was dignified and virtuous, and also cultured and refined. From one glance, one could tell that she's clearly a well-bred young lady of a large rich family. Qin Feng also couldn't help but look over. Ever since he saw Lin Bei wearing a qipao, his taste had become extremely picky. However, after seeing Su Qiuyu in this purple qipao with classical patterns, he felt his eyes brighten. When Lin Bei wore her qipao, there was a dreamlike, idyllic kind of beauty. In contrast, Su Qiuyu's qipao was much more elegant. Her every movement revealed an air of wealth. Wow! Isn't this the princess of Sky City's Su family, Su Qiuyu? It's her, it's her. She's known as Sky City's #1 noble beauty. So it's Su Qiuyu. Seeing her today, the rumors weren't exaggerating. Her natural-born elegance and grandeur makes one want to win her over. Su Qiuyu's arrival made the scene impassioned again. When they thought about this refined and dignified woman that had just drifted so beautifully to a stop, their hearts swooned. Su Qiuyu did not care about their gazes or discussions. Beginning from when she got out of her car, her face maintained a slight smile. This was a habit that she grew up with as a child of a major family. That calm and enchanting smile made one feel as if they were cleansed by a spring breeze. When Su Qiuyu arrived at the registration area, she extended her slender jade hand and swiped her bankcard. So she was also here to participate in the underground auto race. With this, tonight's race was becoming more and more interesting. After everyone finished registering, the Lamborghini Reventon's headlights flashed again from the top of Coiled Snake Mountain. Wei Xiaolei spoke into the loudspeakers. Everyone's enthusiasm has exceeded my expectations. After tallying it up, there are a total of 105 participants in my underground race. With such fierce competition, I believe that tonight's competition will be extra spectacular. Everyone present is a rich young master, so what we want is stimulation, we want fervor. What do you all say? Do you feel excited? Stimulated? Excited? Stimulated? The underground area suddenly resounded with agreement. With the Reventon and Shu Ruoru as prizes, and Sky City's #1 noble beauty Su Qiuyu participating in the race, how could these people not be excited? Very well, then I won't waste everyone's time. Let's let tonight's peak excitement ring out. I'll announce that tonight's underground race at Coiled Snake Mountain officially starts. Challengers, please board your vehicles and await my command. Wei Xiaolei's words made the atmosphere on scene reach a pinnacle. One by one, the audience members got into their cars. Su Qiuyu also walked towards her car with lotus-like steps. When her gaze unintentionally swept over Qin Feng, the warm smile on her face suddenly changed. She looked at Qin Feng with some astonishment. She saw him sitting on an ancient 28 bicycle with his head upturned and admiring the moon. The hazy moonlight shined on his handsome profile, and he looked quiet and peaceful. This scene was like a poem or painting. When comparing this scene to the fervent scene of the beginning of a race on the other side, Su Qiuyu couldn't help but smile lightly. She retracted her gaze, started her engine, and began to warm up. This person is pretty interesting. Over 100 car engines rumbled simultaneously. The sound was like violent thunder rising from the bottom of Coiled Snake Mountain. When Qin Feng saw everyone else warming up, he slowly rode his 28 bicycle, freely weaved through the cars, and went towards the last sports car. This move instantly blinded the spectators. Their surprised chins all fell into the cars. Before, Some people saw Qin Feng and ridiculed him when they saw him ride a broken bicycle here to act pretentious. Now, practically all of the racers saw Qin Feng leisurely riding his 28 bicycle past their cars. They lost track of time and the scene seemed to pause. They wondered if they were hallucinating. A moment later, the world shook with mocking laughter. Damn, did this dude really ride a bicycle to compete? How much water got into his freaking head? Haha, I usually like acting pretentious as well, but today, I've seen the pinnacle of pretentiousness. His freaking using his life to act pretentious. When the competition starts, the exhaust from my car will kill this idiot. This dude is really stupid. But why does he look kind of familiar? The moon was hazy and most of the audience could only see the side of Qin Feng's face. No one was able to identify that he was Acropolis #1 hedonistic young master. Otherwise, the current scene would probably be completely overturned. After passing Su Qiuyu's race car, Qin Feng slowed down. Her window was rolled down so her beautiful, refined face burst into view. Su Qiuyu also looked earnestly at Qin Feng. Their eyes met, and the vehicles brushed past one another. Another high-quality beauty. After leaving the side of Su Qiuyu's car, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Take down the Sky City Su family's company. Time limit, 3 months. Successful completion reward, 10,000 Hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will lose 5 to 10 years of his life. The cold automated voice suddenly rang in his head. Damn, that's completely uncalled for. You want me to take down the company of Sky City's Su family? A company that they had built with their blood, sweat, and tears. Isn't this forcing me to be a bad guy? Qin Feng's righteous heart suddenly broke out and roared with extreme anger. Master, in the system, that Su Qiuyu is also considered a part of the Sky City Su family's company. Little Pig said with disdain. Then taking down the Sky City Su family's property includes taking Su Qiuyu. Qin Feng's face changed considerably and he laughed with satisfaction. Very good, this quest is quite humane. All of the luxury vehicles were ready. They were just waiting for Wei Xiaolei at the mountain top to yell start. Wei Xiaolei raised the little colored flag and stood at the peak of Coiled Snake Mountain overlooking the various luxury cars beneath him. His heart swelled with an unspeakable pride. All of these people here awaited his orders right now. If he said nothing, these idiots could only anxiously wait for the competition to begin. Ready, set, go. After dragging it on for a long time and thoroughly satisfying his vanity, Wei Xiaolei yelled into the loudspeaker. In an instant, the rumble of engines resonated throughout the valley. Their violent and majestic auras were like warriors going out to conquer the universe. Qin Feng's 28 bicycle was at the end. The cars shot forward one by one before his eyes. Not long later, they disappeared after the first curve. At this time, he slowly rode his 28 bicycle towards the racecourse. Damn, is this brat here to visit the market? Right from the beginning, Wei Xiaolei kept an eye on Qin Feng and his movements. When he saw that Qin Feng moved as slow as a turtle, he couldn't help but shout. According to the original plan, Wei Xiaolei planned for Williams to cause an accident during the race. However, if Qin Feng raced at this pace, Williams wouldn't be able to see him, so how could he create an accident? Wei Xiaolei huffily pulled out his cell phone and called Williams. William, I think you'll have to slow down. The brat Qin Feng just started, and he's as slow as a turtle, he hasn't even passed the first curve. In the middle of his speech, Wei Xiaolei suddenly froze. He held his binoculars and looked towards the spot Qin Feng was at previously, but found no trace of him. Brother Wei, then I'll stop my car to the side and wait for him to arrive. Brother Wei, did you say something? Big Brother Wei, are you still there? Wei Xiaolei was flabbergasted, completely flabbergasted. He looked like he had seen a ghost, and he even suspected that he had seen a ghost. Otherwise, how could Qin Feng have gone from the starting line to the middle of the coiled mountain route? His current speed was like a rising rocket. The only difference was that he was a rocket traveling horizontally. Every time he blinked, Wei Xiaolei had to move his binoculars. Qin Feng riding on his 28 bicycle was like an apparition in the darkness, floating and constantly in motion. Not even a minute had passed when he went from being last place to passing the 5th place racer. Big Brother Wei, hurry and say something. The sound of William's complaints passed through the phone. He spoke English from start to finish. Once Wei Xiaolei regained his senses from his shocked state, his face immediately darkened. William, I said many times not to call me Big Brother Wei. Call me by my full name Wei Xiaolei. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. Even Guanyin has come. Wei Xiaolei, I already stopped my car at the side of the road. When will that little brat be here? Wei Xiaolei did a 180-degree turn with his binoculars and said coldly, he already passed you. Fuck, how is that possible? Please don't make that kind of meaningless joke. Williams yelled. This wasn't a joke, it was humiliation. Qin Feng was riding a bicycle. How could he possibly see up to him so quickly? William, I'm not joking with you. You can stay there. Pretty soon, Qin Feng is going to win first place. Wei Xiaolei directly hung up. His expression froze dramatically. Qin Feng was too fast. He was so quick that Wei Xiaolei almost shouted in shock. He now knew why he had lost the race last time when he drove his limited edition Maserati Gran Turismo S. Taking into account Qin Feng's current speed, it would be weird if he didn't win. Qin Feng quickly sped to the 2nd place position. Currently, first place was held by Sky City's number 1 noble beauty Su Qiuyu. Originally, Qin Feng could have swished past Su Qiuyu's Audi TT like a rocket, but he purposely slowed down. One of his hands was on the handlebar, while the other hand grabbed at his hair. His expression was melancholic as he looked at the moon in the sky. What are you doing? Su Qiuyu quickly became aware of Qin Feng's existence. Though she was usually calm and collected, she couldn't help but shout in surprise. This scene was too strange, it defied the world she knew. All these years, this was the first time she saw someone that was able to ride a bike so quickly. Su Qiuyu couldn't see Qin Feng's legs clearly. They looked like 2 electric fans. No, they were faster than electric fans. They were so fast that it was dizzying. Beautiful, I'm admiring the moon. Qin Feng looked flirtatiously at Su Qiuyu. This moon is also another moon. Su Qiuyu was really smart. She immediately understood the implications behind Qin Feng's words. The last word of her name was Yu, so his words were clearly a confession. As Sky City's number 1 noble beauty, Su Qiuyu couldn't remember how many confessions she had received. She received these confessions in countless strange ways, but until now, she felt Qin Feng's was the most original and shocking. You have to be careful since you're going so quickly. Other than shock, Su Qiuyu had no other intentions towards Qin Feng. She gave him a polite reminder and began to drive at ease. Qin Feng noticed that Su Qiuyu regarded him calmly. He hesitated about whether or not he should tell her, in the future, you're going to become my woman. And the Su family's business will also be mine. In the end, he got rid of this idea. He was afraid that if these words came out, either Su Qiuyu's car would flip into the valley or his 28 bicycle would be pushed into it instead. He steadied his heart and sped up again. At this time, he already went up over half of the mountain. He was a bit anxious, and his speed was at the limit. Roar! Su Qiuyu felt the ground shake. Then, Qin Feng and his 28 bicycle transformed into a wave of air that suddenly disappeared into the finish line up ahead. Here. Qin Feng looked at his WA, 9 minutes and 28 seconds. He recalled that when he drove his Batmobile in the past, his record was 15 minutes and 36 seconds. When he got to the mountaintop, Qin Feng casually tossed his 28 bicycle to the side and quickly rushed behind Wei Xiaolei. Wei Xiaolei did not suspect anything and was currently holding his binoculars and scanning all the areas of the mountain path. He muttered to himself, "Where's Qin Feng? Why the fuck is he gone? Young Master Wei, were you looking for me?" Qin Feng's voice suddenly drifted from behind Wei Xiaolei, scaring him so much that he threw the binoculars in his hands. When did you? Wei Xiaolei looked at Qin Feng in fright. He only uttered half of his sentence when a slap flew towards him. POW. This slap rang clearly. Wei Xiao Lei's howl of pain rumbled throughout the valley. Didn't you really want to see me? I came as quickly as I could so I could have some fun with you. POW. While he said this, another slap swept over and swelled up the other half of Wei Xiao Lei's face. How dare you touch the women near me? You fucking don't want to live anymore. POW. Don't think that because I look talented, genial, kind, and like I have a big heart, you'd be able to find an excuse to bully my people. POW. I'll have you know that I won't set about hitting those who bully me, but I will talk to you about general truths. I must use virtue to win over people. I'll penetrate your soul and help you achieve nirvana. POW. Even Qin Feng wasn't sure how many times he slapped Wei Xiao Lei, but when his hand began to hurt, he stopped. Wei Xiao Lei was no longer the handsome and arrogant Wei Xiao Lei from before. Qin Feng could no longer recognize him. At a glance, he looked like a relative of Zhu Baji. Wei Xiao Lei, who was beaten into looking like a pig, could not even cry. Even a slight shift in his expression was so painful that it felt like something was tearing his heart and splitting his lungs. He really wanted to shout at Qin Feng, "Didn't you fucking say you win over people with virtue and that you don't use your fists but you reason with them? You're a big fucking liar." But now, he couldn't even cry out, so there was no way he could yell at someone. The noise outside was so loud that the bodyguard weighing over Shu Ruoru walked down. He saw that there was another person at the mountaintop, so he immediately ran before Qin Feng and asked Qin Feng warningly, "Hey brat, where did you come from? Where's young Master Wei?" Qin Feng pointed at Wei Xiao Lei. Before he could speak, the bodyguard yelled in shock, "Fuck, that pig has cultivated itself and combined a human and a pig. What kind of holy being are you and where did you come from?" Wei Xiao Lei's bodyguard was not lacking in IQ. However, Qin Feng's bike riding was too quick, and he came and went without a trace. Thus, the bodyguard could not imagine where Qin Feng and the pig-headed man came from. "Since you've discovered a mystery only known by the heavens, we seem to have been brought together by fate. This here is the envoy Zhu Baji, and I'm the victor of battles, Sun Wukong. We followed Tang Seng to retrieve Buddhist scriptures in the West, but we got separated. Now, we're looking for the master. Hurry and look, even Guan Yin is here." Qin Feng had a face of complete seriousness and pointed behind the bodyguard. The bodyguard was covered in cold sweat. In this dark night, he stood at the top of Coiled Snake Mountain. The surroundings were completely black, and there was even an icy breeze. Now, there were suddenly two strangers that said extremely ridiculous things. In the heat of the moment, the bodyguard believed Qin Feng and turned his head to look behind him. He was prepared to meet Guan Yin with her glowing halo descending from the heavens, but all he saw was the pie-black mountain range from before. Thump! Qin Feng slapped the bodyguard on the back of his head, and he fainted. Wei Xiao Lei weighed everything unfold before his eyes. While weighing, there were a good many times where he had the urge to jump off a cliff. He laughed when he thought about how he spent 20,000 yuan on this bodyguard. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Another Competition. Qin Feng. "Is that you?" Shu Ruoru asked cautiously while peeking out of the car. "Ruoru, it's me. Hurry and admire the moon with me." Shu Ruoru's worried little heart calmed down. She ran out of the car and rushed into Qin Feng's arms. "Qin Feng, I was scared to death. These are all bad people." When he saw Shu Ruoru's slightly red and swollen face and the 5 finger marks that hadn't completely faded, he did all he could to control his emotions. He didn't want to show a vicious expression in front of Shu Ruoru. "Does it hurt?" He lightly caressed Shu Ruoru's injured face and asked. Shu Ruoru gritted her teeth, shook her head, nursed her head, and looked at Qin Feng with determination. "Qin Feng, let's head back." Qin Feng touched Shu Ruoru's soft hair. "Wait a bit longer, I have to make the person that bullied you regret they were ever born." As she lay in Qin Feng's embrace, Shu Ruoru felt that the world quieted. She felt safety and peacefulness that she'd never experienced before. Suddenly, a ridiculous idea came to mind. If she became Qin Feng's woman, she would definitely be really happy. Qin Feng got to the mountaintop, gave Wei Xiaolei a beating, idiotically reenacted Journey to the West, hugged Shu Ruoru, and sat for a while on the mountaintop admiring the moon when the sound of a car finally drifted over. The first to arrive was a man with curly blonde hair who drove a flashy red Ferrari. After stopping the car, he hurriedly ran out. He saw Qin Feng and Shu Ruoru's backs. "Where is Big Brother Wei? If you want Viagra, you have to buy it at the drugstore. There clearly isn't any here." Qin Feng comforted Shu Ruoru by rubbing her thigh and said this to Williams at the same time. "Where's young Master Wei?" Williams fell quiet for a while and then asked in a different way. Qin Feng casually pointed in a direction. Wei Xiaolei was currently sitting and drawing circles. Williams hurriedly ran over. When he saw Wei Xiaolei, he jumped in fright. "Fuck, is this a pig or a person? Have you seen young Master Wei?" Wei Xiaolei almost sprayed fresh blood out of his mouth. He pointed at his own nose. "William, look clearly, I'm Wei Xiaolei." Williams looked at Wei Xiaolei again more closely, but he still couldn't recognize him. However, he confirmed his identity through his voice and ran over. He did all he could to suppress his smile. "Young Master Wei, what time is it? You're still in the mood to bring a pig's head to scare people. Then what about Qin Feng? I flew up the mountain wildly but I didn't see him. Could he have ran off after riding half of the course?" Williams spoke English, but this didn't cause any difficulties for Qin Feng. From his youth, Qin Feng went to America every year for vacation. In order to pick up girls, he forced himself to practice until he could speak fluent English. Wei Xiaolei didn't know what to say. He suddenly thought of how Williams was extraordinarily strong. Now that Qin Feng was sitting at the mountaintop, wouldn't it be more straightforward if William threw Qin Feng into the ravine? Once this idea came to mind, the discouraged Wei Xiaolei suddenly stood. He was about to exchange gazes with Williams when the sound of a car rumbled from down the mountain. Then, a Porsche 911 arrived at the top, and a beautiful and elegant woman wearing a chipao leisurely stepped out of it. Damn, the curse resounded in Wei Xiaolei's heart, and all he could do was temporarily cancel his intentions of killing Qin Feng. Once Su Qiu got out of the car, she surveyed the area. She knew that Qin Feng had passed her on the course long ago. She didn't find it strange when she saw Qin Feng sitting there, but when she saw Williams and the red Ferrari parked to the side, her beautiful face that was normally calm like water shifted slightly. She thought her driving skills were out of the ordinary, and that she was even better than some professional racers. She didn't think that this big and tall foreign-looking man would be faster than her. It appears that he's also not an ordinary person. Williams naturally wasn't an ordinary person. His driving skills were not ordinary, his talent wasn't ordinary, and his family background was even more unordinary. He was a professional first-place winning race car driver in America. He only interacted with these amateurs because he was looking for excitement. He wasn't on the same level as the rich young masters that did street races and picked up girls. Because his driving skills were so outstanding, Wei Xiaolei specifically looked for Williams as a surefire way to take care of Qin Feng during the course of the race. Not long after Su Qiu's arrival, more luxury cars continued to stream in. Soon, the empty mountaintop became extremely crowded and bustling. When these people knew that they didn't win first place and that they brushed shoulders with the Reventon and that beautiful pure girl, one by one, they hung their heads in disappointment. At this time, Wei Xiaolei and Williams sat in the Reventon. Wei Xiaolei didn't want these people to see what he currently looked like, so he held the loudspeaker and yelled from inside the car, "It seems that almost everyone has reached the mountaintop. The first place winner of this underground race has already appeared. According to the agreement, I will award both this Reventon and that little beauty to him. If there's nothing else, we can adjourn this meeting." Tonight's plans didn't progress normally. Not only was Qin Feng still alive, Wei Xiaolei was beaten into having a pig's head. How could he be satisfied? Now, he wanted to get rid of some extraneous people. When there was only Qin Feng left on Coiled Snake Mountain's peak, he'd have Williams make his move on him. After hearing that first place was already taken by someone else, these rich young masters felt that staying would be meaningless. Thus, they left in groups of 3 or 4 to relax at the bar and foot massage places. One by one, the sounds of the luxury cars' engines rumbled through the valley as they sped down the road. Soon, very few people were left on the mountaintop. Miss Su, is there anything else? Everyone had left, but Su Qiu still stood at the mountaintop. Wei Xiao Lei's eyes flashed with coldness. It's quite dangerous to stay on this desolate mountaintop at night. Isn't young Master Wei here? What danger could there be? Su Qiu smiled lightly. Her gaze carefully swept over the area. A black shadow quickly concealed itself. The moon from Coiled Snake Mountain is big and round. I still want to stay here for a bit longer. Su Qiu had no intention of leaving. Wei Xiao Let was at a bit of a loss. He saw Qin Feng hugging Shu Ruoru and sitting at the edge of the mountaintop, so he wanted to kick him from the back to send him tumbling down the ravine where his bones would shatter and his body would be torn to shreds. But, now that Su Qiu was here, he couldn't openly do this. Wei Xiao Lei and Williams exchanged glances. A cold smile flashed through Williams' eyes and he muttered into Wei Xiao Lei's ear. Wei Xiao Lei's lips slowly curved upwards, revealing a cold smile. Qin Feng, would you dare compete with Williams? Suddenly, Wei Xiao Lei and Williams arrived behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng hadn't left because he was waiting for the opportunity to get rid of these two. Now that he saw Wei Xiao Lei presenting himself at his doorstep, he stood with a chuckle. Didn't I just beat that oaf with my bicycle already? What else is there to compete in? Williams could not accept this. He thought of how he drove a race car but was beaten by a little brat riding a bicycle and felt so angry that he wanted to beat someone up. Wei Xiao Lei immediately gave Williams a look. Williams used his strength to rein in his anger. He stood to the side and glared viciously at Qin Feng. Wei Xiao Lei said, Qin Feng, I'll admit that you bike really quickly, but since this is a car race. Williams is not satisfied with his loss. I hope you can drive a race car and compete with him again. What does him being dissatisfied have to do with me? As long as I'm happy, then it's fine, Qin Feng said indifferently. Williams was so angry that he was about to spit blood. Wei Xiao Lei also forcefully suppressed his anger and continued, Qin Feng, Williams said that if you win this competition, he'll give you his Ferrari 458. Williams' Ferrari 458 was at least 5 million on the market, so Wei Xiao Lei didn't believe that this wouldn't entice Qin Feng. Okay, then can we start the competition now? Qin Feng suddenly asked. Wei Xiao Lei didn't expect him to respond so quickly. He nodded stupidly. Why yeah, we can start now. Qin Feng suddenly laughed. Young Master Wei, you only said that if Williams loses he'll give me his Ferrari, but you didn't mention my punishment if I were to lose. You've clearly set a trap. Didn't you make this too obvious? Don't tell me you were going to try some funny business on me during the racecourse. The corner of Wei Xiao Lei's mouth cheat. He felt that he was too hasty. He immediately cleared his throat and said with seriousness, That's right, I almost forgot about that. If you lose, then return the Maserati Gran Turismo you won from me. Qin Feng thought a bit and finally remembered, oh, that Maserati. That was taken by a junk-collecting old man as scrap metal. I didn't ask for money. Wei Xiao Lei felt as though someone brutally stabbed him in the heart. That was his favorite car, and it was reduced to the value of scrap metal. He gnashed his teeth and said, Then let's bet on the Reventon you've just won. If you lose, that car will be Williams. That's no good, this Reventon is worth 10 million and that Ferrari is only 5 million, they are clearly not on the same level. Qin Feng shook his head. Wei Xiao Lei felt like he was about to explode. He had the urge to just let Williams go and get rid of him. But, he saw Su Qiu who was standing to the side so he suppressed this urge. Then what do you say we should do? Qin Feng walked up beside Su Qiu and said with a smile, Beauty Su, can I borrow your Porsche? If I win the competition, I'll give you the Ferrari. If I lose, I'll give you the Reventon. Su Qiu looked long and hard at Qin Feng. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded, Go ahead and use it. If the rich young masters of Sky City saw this scene, they would stare in disbelief. Su Qiu was dignified and virtuous, she treated everyone with the same refined and courteous manner. But she had a clear baseline. She had never even let any man get in her car, so it was unheard of that she would lend her car to Qin Feng and let him drive it as she did now. Chapter 118. Chapter 118, Car Flying in Midair. I'll use the Porsche to race with you. We can start now. When Qin Feng got the keys, he immediately stepped into Su Qiuyu's car. The inside of the car smelled fresh and fragrant like its owner. He started the engine, tested out the necessary functions of the car, opened the window, and then smilingly shouted at Shu Ruo, get in. Shu Ruo stood on the dark mountaintop and felt quite afraid. She hurriedly boarded the car. There were many reasons why Qin Feng agreed to this competition. For one thing, he had gotten intermediate racing skills from the system a while ago, but never got to use them. Now, he could try them out. At the same time, Qin Feng also wanted to bring Shu Ruo along and use this competition to give her a taste of excitement and craziness. Maybe it would help her fix her weak and gentle personality. Of course, what was most important was that Qin Feng wanted to see what Wei Xiaolei and Williams were up to. He didn't mind causing an accident during the race to kill that Williams. The race was about to begin. Qin Feng and Williams got into position and stopped their cars at the start line. This race was just for a short distance. It started at the mountaintop and ended after the first curve on the path down the mountain. Williams' mouth curved into a disdainful smile when he saw that Qin Feng even put a passenger in his car. As a professional racer, he completely understood the importance of a car's weight in relation to speed and control. Thus, race car drivers strictly controlled their weight for fear that if they got too much fatter or thinner, this might affect the weight of the car and create some mistakes. Today, when he saw how Qin Feng so casually put someone in his car, Williams already understood his skill level. He only treated Qin Feng as an amateur racer and had the expression of someone who already had the win in his grasp. 3, 2, 1. Go. When Wei Xiaolei's voice fell, the two race cars set off at the same time. The low rumbling sounded like a flood beast hiding in the valley. Williams didn't have the title of a professional racer for nothing. Once he set off, he kept shifting gears. Within the span of a few breaths, the speed of the car hit its maximum and left Qin Feng in the dust. At this time, Qin Feng's face was filled with shock. His shock was not due to Williams' speed, but because of his suddenly nature-defying driving skills. Right when the car set off, a series of memories flashed through his head. His body seemed to have a mind of its own as it performed a series of extremely complicated moves. He sped up, stepped on the clue, shifted gears, and drifted. Though he tried some racing before, his prior racing skills were nothing compared to the mastery of skills he currently possessed. He already felt like he had become one with the car, like he was the one flying on the road. Ah! Qin Feng, slow down. We're going to fall off the cliff. Qin Feng, it's really scary. Shu Ruo's screams kept passing through Qin Feng's ears. She was so scared that she burst into tears. She wasn't used to this kind of speed, and the constantly shifting road made her eyes spin. Then, under this speed, Qin Feng reacted precisely. He held control over the direction and moved stably forward. Shu Ruo was so scared that she didn't dare open her eyes. Time and time again, she saw the edge of the car line up with the edge of the cliff and her heart stopped. Qin Feng smiled. The more Shu Ruo screamed, the more excited he became. He could feel his extraordinary racing skills that allowed him to do as he please. He drifted beautifully and turned the car around. Then, he drove in reverse and raced with Williams that way. Shu Ruo peeked through her fingers and saw that the scene before her eyes changed. Her screams were enough to shatter the sky, and she weighed the winding mountainous paths quickly zoom away. She finally realized. Qin Feng was driving backwards. After reversing, Qin Feng fell serious. He used his full abilities and his previously acquired Stage 2 external techniques and Stage 1 internal techniques. His reaction speed and agility surpassed that of normal people. His continuous, lightning-fast stick-shifting movements became a mirage. Under these manipulations, the black Porsche 911 was extremely fast but still very stable. It was like a speeding cheetah. Very quickly, he caught up to Williams. Shit. When he saw Qin Feng ca up, Williams jumped in shock. This guy was playing and driving backwards. His ego suffered a colossal blow. With his eyes ablaze, he looked at the last curve before the finish line. Williams's body brimmed with murderous intent. "Stinking brat, who told you to show off? Wait until you fall off the cliff and shatter your bones." Williams cursed and suddenly turned his steering wheel. Turned his car into the inner part of the road. Chin Feng and Williams were already right next to one another, so his car shifted closer to the cliff. Both cars sped towards the curve and drifted simultaneously. Williams kept his car close to the inner portion of the road and drew a beautiful arc. On the outer portion of the road, Chin Feng also drifted. He drifted backwards so it felt even more thrilling and strange. The two cars were neck to neck like before. It was almost as if they were staging a racing performance. But then, the distance between the cars slightly broadened. While reversing and drifting, the back of Chin Feng's car slowly surpassed the front of Williams's car. Suddenly, Williams swayed directions and crashed his car into Chin Feng's. Bang! Due to the vicious crash, both cars lost a bit of control. Williams was prepared, so he quickly stabilized his car. The Porsche was pushed near the edge of the cliff and the whole car was lifted off the ground. Shu Ruoru screamed non-stop the whole time while Chin Feng's expression was completely calm and composed. His hands continued to move quickly. Then, Williams saw something that stunned him. Chin Feng controlled the Porsche 911 so that even though only 2 of the tires were on the mountain path and the other 2 were soaring off the edge of the cliff, he was still speeding forwards. The mountain path was not straight, but all the way to the curve, Chin Feng seemed to be driving on flat land. He continued to rush on using 2 tires. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, removed his flying dragon armor, shouted, jumped, and slammed his fist at the roof of the car. With 6 times the strength of a normal person, a total of 600 kilograms, falling onto the roof, the car flew towards the inner portion of the mountain path. Shu Ruoru already forgot how to scream. The instant the car flew upwards, she thought she was going to die. She looked at Chin Feng with some regret. "Chin Feng, I'm sorry, this was all my fault." Chin Feng merely smiled at Shu Ruoru and punched at the roof a second time. When the second fist fell, the Porsche spun 360 degrees in midair. Williams gaped. He weighed the car fly over him, and with a rumble, Chin Feng's Porsche smashed a dent into the roof of his car. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. An individual with special abilities. Swish, swish. The 2 cars zoomed forward like before, but Chin Feng's car sat atop Williams. The tail of his car extended past the front of Williams' Ferrari a bit. Williams quickly braked and the cars came to a complete stop. Since Williams' car carried Chin Feng's, when he got to the finish line, he was not the winner. This was an explosively exciting race. Su Qiuyu and Wei Xiaolei were dumbstruck. Shu Ruoru, who was sitting in the car, stuck her head out the window and fell into a vomiting spell. Chin Feng leisurely opened the door and jumped onto Williams's Ferrari before hopping onto the ground. He arrived beside Shu Ruoru and carried her off the car. "Ruoru, how do you feel? Did you feel the thrill?" Chin Feng smiled and then shook his head. No, that's not right. You felt it before. I wonder what that's like." Shu Ruoru's face turned completely red. She didn't know what to say to Chin Feng. She still felt dizzy and her world was still spinning. She was like a drunkard and needed Chin Feng's support to walk. "Chin Feng, what happened?" Wei Xiaolei hurriedly drove over with Su Qiuyu in the Reventon. He saw Williams' flattened Ferrari and suddenly felt a bad premonition. "Is Williams still in the car?" "Probably. I didn't see him come out," Chin Feng said nonchalantly. Right from the get-go, he knew Wei Xiaolei teamed up with this American dude to harm him. Thus, Chin Feng decided to make the first move. In the competition earlier, he intentionally drove his car so that it spun in the air and smashed on top of Williams's Ferrari. Chin Feng shook his head at the Ferrari with its roof smashed in. Wei Xiaolei's entire face twisted. He had originally planned to kill Chin Feng, but Chin Feng didn't die. Instead, Williams died first. Wei Xiaolei was left as a general without an army. He acknowledged that he could not beat Qin Feng and looked at the scene before him with despair. Thump! Suddenly, the flattened Ferrari began to move. With an enormous bang, the Porsche 911 on top of it began to sway. Bang! The banging became increasingly louder, and bits of rock fell from the side of the cliff. The Porsche sitting on top of the Ferrari swayed even more. With a rumble, it fell onto the road, rolled a couple of times, and fell off the cliff. Rumble. Seconds later, an explosion resounded in the valley. In an instant, this over 2 million yuan race car became waste. But no one paid attention to the falling Porsche, their eyes were all glued to the red Ferrari. After another loud noise, the Ferrari's roof was lifted, a blonde-haired blue-eyed, tall-nosed man leapt onto the top of the car. He smiled evilly at Qin Feng. This was the Williams that the spectators thought was smashed to death. Qin Feng, I'm going to crush you. This yell was like an enraged beast, and it shook the whole valley. With a casual wave, the ceiling he supported flew over at full speed. He did this with the ease of tossing a pebble. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He lightly tapped the tip of his foot on the ground, sent his whole body flying, and avoided the colossal car roof. Thump! The roof fell onto the mountain path and stood vertically. It dug 1/2 meter into the floor. Williams, kill him. Wei Xiao Lei's blood boiled when he saw this scene. He could tell that Williams was infuriated by Qin Feng. Originally, the two planned to covertly eliminate Qin Feng, but they both lost their patience. Now, they wanted to just openly kill this brat. As the privileged son of the William family, Williams was someone with innately extraordinary strength. When he was 3 years old, he could lift a rock over 50 kilograms. The currently 23-year-old Williams could break out in a strength of close to 500 kilograms. What does this mean? Based on Williams' strength alone, he was comparable to a Stage 8 external expert. He didn't need Wei Xiao Lei to remind him what to do. Since Williams was already bloodthirsty, once he saw that his move didn't make impact, he suddenly jumped off the car roof and charged towards Qin Feng while brandishing his fists. This sudden and unforeseen event caught Qin Feng off guard. When he saw that Williams was as imposing as a tiger, he didn't initiate any moves. Instead, he observed his strength. Bang! A fist fell and Qin Feng quickly dodged it. Williams' fist smashed into the cliff behind him, leaving a fist mark. At this point, Qin Feng could tell that Williams wasn't unarmed. He wore a full set of gloves containing flickering winter light on his fists. When it swished past his ear, he could feel a bone-piercing coldness. Judging by Williams' punch, there was at least 400 or 450 kilograms of power, so he was at least a Stage 7 external techniques expert. This was Qin Feng's first time meeting such a strong opponent. Last time, he fought Uncle Feng at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, but he was only a Stage 4 external expert. At this day, after winning over the Stage 4 internal expert Liang Zhenwei, Qin Feng had the confidence to win over people with Stage 4 or 5 external techniques. However, he felt a bit of despair when he saw Williams' sudden explosiveness. A Stage 7 expert was not someone Qin Feng could battle at this time. What he practices isn't external techniques or inner qi either. He has special abilities relating to strength. Qin Feng jumped when he heard Su Qiuyu's pleasant and gentle voice drift over. One with special abilities. This was the first time he heard of this. He wondered how different these people were from those who practiced martial arts in China. Miss Qiuyu, what is someone with special abilities? Qin Feng asked while dodging Williams' ferocious attacks. There are 2 types of special abilities, one is innate, while the other is acquired. Every person with special abilities has either one or a couple of special abilities. For example, there are those with strength powers that are born with superior strength. Those with fire powers can release fire. Su Qiuyu's shapely eyebrows furrowed. She said urgently, but, other than their special abilities, their other functions are no different from normal people. Stinking whore, shut your freaking mouth. Since he had already decided to kill Qin Feng in front of Su Qiuyu, Wei Xiao Lei dropped his facade in front of her as well. With a sinister expression, he pounced at her. Bye, I'm going to kill you. Wei Xiao Lei thought to himself that he was glad he was a man. He should have no problems going against a weak and gentle woman like Su Qiuyu. However, he hadn't even touched Su Qiuyu's body when she leapt into the air. Her body was as light as water and her moves were as gentle and beautiful as a flower. The tip of her toes kicked Wei Xiaolei in the face. The kick was so powerful that it sent Wei Xiaolei flying. She gracefully dropped back onto the ground with an expression as calm as water. She didn't look at the fallen Wei Xiaolei. The soft moonlight shined onto her beautiful face, and she looked like an extraordinary fairy. Due to Su Qiuyu's explanation, Qin Feng came to a sudden realization. No wonder he thought William's attacks were problematic. He was extremely strong and every time he attacked rocks would be sent flying with explosive noises. But, from start to finish, he hadn't hit Qin Feng once, he hadn't even touched Qin Feng's body. Because he only had strength powers, he was only strong and couldn't compare to Qin Feng in regards to speed. During these constant attacks, William's patience had worn thin and his moves became messy. Before, there was a method to his madness, but now, he had become a crazy cow that just relied on his strength to punch recklessly. Qin Feng, besides freaking running, what else can you do? If you have the guts, stay still and let me punch you, Williams shouted angrily. Qin Feng looked at him with disdain. Why don't you stand still and let me kick you? Though he said this, Qin Feng already found the pattern in William's movements through his prior observations. He suddenly stopped evading and viciously pounced at his opponent. At the same time, he removed the weight of his flying dragon armor and used his inner chi to move faster. The current Qin Feng was so fast, he looked like a flash of lightning. Williams was dumbstruck. Once he saw that Qin Feng didn't run away and ran towards him instead, he slowly became excited and thought he could finally beat up this brat. But, in the blink of an eye, he realized that Qin Feng disappeared. With another blink, oh my god, Qin Feng appeared above his head holding a sharp and glowing sword that popped out of nowhere. Blondie, don't move and let this young master slice you. Qin Feng smiled. At the same time, the sword in his hand fell. This slice was a flash of cold steel shaped like a rainbow with enough strength to slice through mountains and rivers. William's light blue eyes were extremely fast. He instinctively punched upwards. Rumble. Fist and sword collided, and a rumble echoed through the valley like thunder. An enormous strength struck the true steel sword and sent Qin Feng flying with blood spraying from his mouth. On the other hand, Williams was largely unaffected. All he did was retreat a couple of steps. Haha, stinking brat. Who cares if you're fast? With your meager strength, you clearly haven't eaten yet. There's no way you can harm me, Williams cackled arrogantly. Qin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at William's gloves containing flickering winter light. His true steel sword could not cut through it. Liang Zhenwei had an ox tendon whip made of a rare wild ox's tendon as the main ingredient which he sewed together with leather, yet it was still sliced in two by the true steel sword. These gloves with the flickering winter light seemed to be a pretty good tool. Qin Feng, I'll help you. A fragrant scent wafted into his nose. Qin Feng saw Su Qiuyu standing beside him, but he had no idea when she got there. As usual, she was calm and composed, but her body became turbulent and a red fan appeared in her hand. The fan was made of a special material that was neither wood nor gold. Since she was holding it, it was clear that she intended to use it as a weapon. Chapter 120. Chapter 120, Winter Iron Gloves. Little beauty, don't be anxious. Your older brother will satisfy your body after I take care of this brat Qin Feng. Williams clearly didn't consider Su Qiuyu as a threat. He gazed vulgarly at her limber body. I don't need your help, hurry and run, don't be mistaken. I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself, Su Qiuyu said indifferently. Since Wei Xiaolei and Williams already tore off their masks, even if Su Qiuyu didn't make a move, the two of them would make a move on her later, so she thought it would be better to join hands with Qin Feng now. I know, that's why I told you to hurry up and run. Even if there's the two of us, we might not be able to beat him. Qin Feng had long seen the conclusion Su Qiuyu had come to. From her movements, Qin Feng could tell that she currently possessed stage 4 abilities. She clearly was no ma for Williams. If she joined the fight, Qin Feng would only get distracted because he would have to take care of her as well. But, Su Qiu wanted to say something else when Qin Feng roughly pushed her away and shouted, "Hurry and run. If you don't leave now, then it'll be too late." Su Qiu looked at Qin Feng with uncertainty. Then, she suddenly pounced at Qin Feng and hugged him tightly but very briefly. "Take care." He waved her beautiful image quickly disappear and shouted, "Drive that Reventon away. Chimph, you want to leave? You have to get permission from this elder first." Williams growled and rushed forward while brandishing his large fists. Qin Feng held the glowing, faint yellow true steel sword with a lonesome smile and met the fists with his sword. Flashes of the sword shot out in all directions, the valley gently swayed. With the elementary sword skills, his moves were much better. With his speed, he was able to dodge Williams's attacks. After 10 consecutive clashes of sword and fist, there was still no way of telling who was winning. "Qin Feng, don't fucking run anymore. If you have the guts, be a man and let's have a close combat fight." Williams chased Qin Feng from the top of the mountain to its halfway point. He was so tired that he was wheezing. Qin Feng stopped. His gaze swept over the bottom of the mountain. When he saw that Su Qiu had left safely, he smiled. "Okay, then you have to see my blade." Qin Feng had just finished speaking when he violently sped up, brandished his sword, and pounced at Williams. Williams had trouble hiding his expression of excitement and contempt. As long as Qin Feng dared to come into close combat, he had confidence that he would be able to beat him into ground meat. The two got closer and closer. Qin Feng's sword sliced downwards and Williams bellowed and waved his large iron fists to meet the blow. Rumble. Fist and sword met again with a noise similar to that of a powerful army. Qin Feng was sent into the air by the punch. He looked like a kite with its string cut off. Williams's eyes filled with mirth. This time, he didn't give Qin Feng any chance to breathe and immediately rushed forward with another vicious punch aimed towards Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng kept his eyes shut. He looked as though he was about to faint. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, shifting the bloodstains with it. This scene was strange. He suddenly opened his eyes, tapped the tip of his foot on the ground, lifted off the ground as if he were as light as a sparrow, and arrived behind Williams. Then, he gave a light palm. This palm was soft and light. It seemed a lot more like the caress of a lover's jade back than a move in a fight. Buzz. The sound of this falling palm didn't shake the valley. It was very low, and seemed like a violent storm, continuous and uninterrupted. Boom 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 boom. William's body seemed like it had a bomb on it. This time, he detonated, and the sound of explosions repeated continuously. Like before, he was still in his attack pose, but his body stood on the ground like a statue. He didn't move for a long time. A mouthful of fresh blood spilled out. Then, a second mouthful came out. He kept spitting blood until all of the blood in his body was depleted. His eyes were still filled with shock. He didn't think that Qin Feng was a Chinese martial artist that cultivated both internal and external techniques. His palm used inner qi. It seemed to land on his back, but the explosive qi flow pressed his internal organs and shattered them. "Qin Feng, you dare to kill me? The William family will never forgive you." After saying this, William's breathing stopped completely. He had just died when Wei Xiaolei dragged Shu Ruoru down from the top of the mountain. "Qin Feng, hurry and tie your hands and prepare to be captured. Otherwise, I'll kill this pretty girl." But, at this time, William still retained in an attacking posture and stood there. The sky was dark, so Wei Xiaolei didn't detect anything out of the ordinary. "William, what are you doing? Hurry and punch Qin Feng's brains out. Hurry and freaking move, I have Qin Feng's little lover in my hands, he won't dare act blindly." "Fuck, what time is it? You're in the mood to fucking pose." Wei Xiaolei yelled until his throat was hoarse, but Williams didn't move at all. If he really did move, Qin Feng would be shocked to death. A flying blade with flickering winter light suddenly appeared in his hands. With a shake of his hand, the flying blade flew like electricity. A second later, it landed between Wei Xiaolei's eyebrows. "Ah, Qin Feng." Once Shu Ruoru felt Wei Xiaolei's grip loosen, She shouted in fear and ran crazily towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng opened his arms with a smile and welcomed this beautiful little lady. Qin Feng, let's go. Let's hurry and leave. She dived into Qin Feng's embrace and hugged him hard. She wanted to squeeze her body into Qin Feng's chest. Okay, we'll go now. Let's grab the bike on the mountaintop. There was no way Qin Feng could lose his precious 28 bicycle. After this night of shock, Shu Ruo suddenly felt the call of nature. After walking halfway, she looked at Qin Feng apologetically. Qin Feng. I have to relieve myself. Qin Feng looked at William's and Wei Xiaolei's corpses and then looked at the blushing Shu Ruo. He touched her soft hair and said, Go, I'll wait here for you. And bring our bicycle down while you're at it. Shu Ruo immediately ran away shyly. After sending Shu Ruo away, Qin Feng arrived before the two corpses. Because the sky was dark, Shu Ruo didn't know they were dead. Qin Feng intentionally sent her away so he could take care of the bodies. Since Shu Ruo's personality was too soft, Qin Feng didn't want her to see the overly dirty and dark side of the world. When he arrived beside William's, he squatted. His gaze fell on William's fists. The gloves containing flickering winter light clashed with Qin Feng's true steel sword over 100 times, yet they did not suffer any damage and still looked as good as new. This was an absolute treasure. Qin Feng didn't think too much and took the gloves off William's hands. When he held the gloves, a gust of bone-chilling wind swept over him. Qin Feng shivered from head to toe. His fatigue vanished like smoke and he was filled with an unspeakable vitality. Winter iron gloves, equipment grade, white rank upper grade weapon. Crafted with 1,000-year winter iron as its primary material and strong without comparison, it can collapse mountains and crush rocks. Its natural winter iron properties makes the wearer ice-cold from head to toe and clears their determination. It also increases battle endurance and precision. The cold voice of the system rang and scared Qin Feng. Who knew the system also had identification abilities? Chapter 121. Chapter 121. Under the heavens, no banquets last forever. Qin Feng looked at the winter iron gloves in his hands. This thing was a pretty good treasure. Its equipment grade was a level higher than the flying dragon armor but a bit lower than the true steel sword. Qin Feng thought of his intermediate thunder tiger fist technique. Now that he had this pair of winter iron gloves, he was sure his abilities would increase significantly. As of today, Qin Feng had dual internal and external cultivations and could fight in both long and short distances. Master, you can store this pair of winter iron gloves in the system, Little Pig's voice rang out. Qin Feng was a bit startled. I thought the system could only store items from it. After asking, he felt that something was wrong. Last time when he was in the North District Sub-Bureau prison, codename Y gave him a mysterious black box that was also placed into the system. Master, the system can store all items with spiritual qi. This pair of winter iron gloves clearly possesses spiritual qi, so it can be stored. This time, Qin Feng understood. With a slight thought, the winter iron gloves in his hands went into the system. After taking what he wanted, Qin Feng had to deal with the bodies. SSSSSSS. Qin Feng was about to toss the bodies into the valley when Black Turtle in the system excitedly stuck out his scarlet tongue. Little Pig, what is this thing saying? Qin Feng had an expression of helplessness. Little Pig was even more helpless than Qin Feng. Black Turtle said he hasn't had any meat for 2 days already. He wants Master to let him out. He wants to eat humans. Fuck. Qin Feng bellowed internally. This Black Turtle was too cute. He was just in the middle of worrying about how to handle the corpses. If he tossed them into the valley, it was very likely someone would discover them and find some clues. There was nothing better than having them disappear completely. With a thought from Qin Feng, Black Turtle arrived beside his feet. When he looked down, Qin Feng was scared stiff. He had not paid attention to Black Turtle for 2 days and he had doubled in size again. Before, he was as big as a wash basin. Now, he was as big as half a bathtub. Qin Feng did not need to give any instructions. Black Turtle shifted his big fat body and slowly crawled up to Williams. The vicious many-banded krite suddenly opened its large bloody mouth and swallowed Williams whole. The body of the many-banded krite expanded. One person was clearly not enough to satiate his hunger. Without waiting to digest Williams, he crawled before Wei Xiaolei and opened his large bloody mouth again. Not even 5 minutes later, both people disappeared. Burp. After eating 2 people in succession, Black Turtle belched with a full stomach. He happily crawled around Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in shock. He realized that after eating 2 people, Black Turtle grew again. Qin Feng suddenly felt that he couldn't bring Black Turtle around anymore. This guy could eat too well. Most importantly, Qin Feng wasn't able to let him grow freely. According to his growth speed, if he stayed in the Qin manor, he would scare away all members of the Qin household. Master, Black Turtle was originally an aquatic battle pet. I advise Master to raise him in the ocean to bring out his abilities, Little Pig recommended. This recommendation made what he had thought before. Long ago, he had wanted to throw Black Turtle into the ocean to fend for himself, but he had no time and hadn't found a good place to release him. At this time, Qin Feng's eyes brightened as he stood on Coiled Snake Mountain and looked down at the unceasing river water below the cliff. Song River seemed like a pretty good place to raise Black Turtle. Its water ran into the Yangtze River, and the Yangtze River ran into the ocean. This way, Black Turtle could slowly grow in the Song River. After growing a bit, he could go to the Yangtze River. Then, after he becomes uninhibitedly powerful, he can advance to the ocean. Unlike on land, there are thousands and tens of thousands of living things, so danger lurked from all sides. By the time Shu Ruo brought the 28 bicycle down, Qin Feng already returned Black Turtle to the system. This guy gave Shu Ruo quite a fright last time. If he scared her again, she would be scared silly. With Shu Ruo in tow, Qin Feng rode the bike and sped across the roads. There was a slight night breeze in the valley. When he saw Shu Ruo shiver slightly, he hugged her tighter. Ruo, wait for me here. I also have to go relieve myself. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, so Qin Feng found a random excuse to go to the shore of Song River. He took Black Turtle out of the system. When he looked at the violent waves of the river and then looked at Black Turtle obediently crouched at his feet, he felt a bit reluctant to part with him. Though he'd only interacted with Black Turtle for no more than a week, Black Turtle was still a battle pet that he created. Thus, he could be considered his own flesh and blood. Wait, damn, if his own flesh and blood really looked like Black Turtle, Qin Feng swore that he would jump into the river and drown himself. Black Turtle, you have to be careful. Many-banded krite and sea turtle, you two have to help each other and make up for what the other lacks. I hope that when I see you again, you will have become the overlord of the ocean. He patted the sea turtle's shell and said his farewell. SSSSS. The many-banded krite kept hissing at Qin Feng. Even the sea turtle that couldn't keep his eyes open and always looked sleepy swayed his head while looking at Qin Feng. Master, they said not to worry. They'll miss you, Little Pig translated without needing to be prompted. No banquet under the heavens lasts forever. I hope that when we meet again, we'll both find our own places. Qin Feng lifted Black Turtle and used his strength to throw him into the river. Black Turtle suddenly got excited and scuttled freely, frolicking down the stream. Master, you don't have to worry, things of the Hedonist sovereign system have a special aura that only you, Master, can feel. As long as that aura is still there, that means that we're still alive, Little Pig said. Qin Feng used his senses and was able to clearly detect Black Turtle's familiar aura. Qin Feng felt reassured by this. No matter where Black Turtle was, he would be able to find him. When he returned to the road, Shu Ruo had a strange look on her face. She curiously thought to herself that Qin Feng could really hold in his urine. He took so long that he probably drowned the flowers and grass on the roadside. Qin Feng lifted Shu Ruo onto the bicycle. He didn't ride very quickly. Instead, he basked in the tranquility at the base of Coiled Snake Mountain. This tranquility was quickly shattered by a police siren. Flashing red and blue lights appeared not too far away, and they soon stopped in front of Qin Feng. A valiant, formidable, icy, and beautiful policewoman stepped from the car. The instant she saw Qin Feng, her eyes went ablaze. The first time Liu Bingbing saw Qin Feng, this brat publicly totaled a Maserati. From then on, she had a bad impression of Qin Feng and saw him as a hedonistic young master. The second time, Qin Feng participated in an illegal boxing ma, killed someone, and got away scot-free. The third time, Haonan tried to run over him, but Haonan ended up dead instead. From the outside, it looked like he died from a car accident. After, the forensic scientist determined that the cause of death was a sharp object that cut through his head. The prime suspect was Qin Feng. However, due to the Qin family's power, he was discharged and awarded a Good Samaritan Award. This was the fourth time Liu Bingbing encountered Qin Feng. She noticed that every time she saw this brat, nothing good happened. Once she had received the call reporting a crowd of racers at Coiled Snake Mountain, she hurried over. Then, she saw Qin Feng. Chapter 122. Chapter 122, Such an Important Matter. The old fire Liu Bingbing suppressed in her heart blazed with the new fire that arose. Without saying anything further, she handcuffed Qin Feng. "You're under arrest for gathering a crowd for a street race. Come to the police station with me right now." Qin Feng looked laughingly at Liu Bingbing. "Beauty Bingbing, take a look, Coiled Snake Mountain is so quiet that there aren't even people sleeping together. Where did you get the idea that there was a street race?" Liu Bingbing's face turned to ice, and a flash of astonishment passed through her gaze. She also thought that it was weird. Someone had clearly called the cops, but once she got here, there was no one racing. The only person she caught was Qin Feng, and he was riding a bicycle. "I don't care. Either way, someone reported it. Since you're the only person on Coiled Snake Mountain, I suspect that you were illegally street racing. Come back with me." Qin Feng could tell that Liu Bingbing was determined to arrest him. This little girl had an explosive temper, so Qin Feng didn't protest. "Okay, I'll head back with you, but have someone take Ruo home. Don't tell me you suspect that she also came to race." Liu Bingbing's gaze fell on Shu Ruo. When she saw how weak and pure she looked, Liu Bingbing was so frustrated that she gritted her teeth. She couldn't understand what was so great about Qin Feng that so many beautiful women enjoyed being with him. Of the women Liu Bingbing had seen, there were 3 beauties with different personalities: Yun Xiao, Han Yingying, and Shu Ruo. If she knew about all the other beauties he had an ambiguous relationship with, she would be so angry that she'd want to bite someone. "Xiao Hong, take this younger sister home," Liu Bingbing said to the policewoman standing behind her. This policewoman immediately helped Shu Ruo off the bicycle. "Qin Feng," Shu Ruo looked worriedly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng patted her hair. "Don't worry, this big sister and I are quite familiar with one another. She likes dancing, and she actually wants to take me back to teach her how to dance. You go back and rest early." "Qin Feng," Liu Bingbing yelled coldly. She almost pulled out her gun and shot Qin Feng. Northern Subbureau, Interrogation Room Number 2. Qin Feng leisurely sat in front of the table. This was his 3rd time here, and it felt like home. Liu Bingbing continued to have a cold expression. She faced Qin Feng and glared at him. "Qin Feng, tell me, are you going to confess or not?" Here was the same scene, the same people, and the same opening speech. Qin Feng was a bit helpless. "Beauty Liu, can you please interrogate me a different way? You always take the same course and say the same words. I think that you're just fooling around to get paid." Liu Bingbing knew that Qin Feng had a way with words. She used all her might to suppress the rage within her. She viciously slammed the desk. "Cut the bullshit and answer my question." "I'm not confessing," Qin Feng actually responded. Liu Bingbing was so angry that she almost spat blood. Look. I was joking with you to make you happy and you still got mad. Now that I'm serious and I follow your orders and answer your question, you're even more mad." "Ari. It's hard being a poor commoner," Qin Feng sighed and shook his head. "Qin Feng, don't pretend. You're Acropolis #1 young master. How can you say you're a poor commoner? I think it's more accurate to say that you specialize in bullying commoners." Qin Feng was dissatisfied. If you say I'm Acropolis number 1 young master, I appreciate you. But, if you say I'm tyrannical and that I bully people, that's not true. Beauty Liu, you're mistaken about me very deeply at that. I think we need to set apart a time to have some tea in this office, chat, and get to know one another. You must be aware of this. And since you've taken the initiative to invite me over countless times, this means that you're a good, qualified, and earnest cop. Qin Feng said this heartfeltly. You. Liu Bingbing was so angry that the hairs on her body stood up. She had never seen such a shameless person like Qin Feng. But Liu Bingbing couldn't beat Qin Feng in a physical or verbal fight. Now that she was angry, she could only suppress it. This was the first time she had felt so sullen since she became a cop. She was so annoyed that she wanted to combust. Her brain spun at high speed as she thought of how to deal with Qin Feng. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible crafty smile flashed through her beautiful and icy face. She left Qin Feng and minded her own business as she ran out of the interrogation room. Not 2 minutes later, Liu Bingbing anxiously ran back. She arrived beside the water dispenser and filled 2 cups. One of the cups had laxatives in it. Qin Feng, I'll go outside and consider this earnestly. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Maybe I am biased against you. Now, I got some water. I'll sit face to face with you, so we can talk and learn more about one another. Liu Bingbing sat before Qin Feng and pushed a cup of water in front of him. Qin Feng looked at Liu Bingbing with a smile. Okay, Beauty Liu, tell me your height, weight, and 3 measurements. Liu Bingbing's expression fell dramatically. You think I'll tell you these things? Qin Feng waved his hand with seriousness. Of course Beauty Liu won't tell me these things. I can tell that you've come here in earnestness. This is just the most basic information, but you can tell me deeper things so I can get a deeper understanding of you. For example, questions like how often you wash your undergarments. Liu Bingbing wanted to kill someone. She underestimated Qin Feng's shamelessness. But, to get him to fall into her trap, she suppressed her anger like before. She slowly lifted her cup and took a small sip. Then, she smiled at Qin Feng. You're right, we have to come to a mutual understanding regarding these questions. Since you've said so much, drink some water first and I'll slowly tell you. Thanks, I'm not thirsty, Qin Feng smiled. Liu Bingbing's mouth cheat. She wondered if Qin Feng already saw through her plot. She shook her head. That was impossible. She was very covert and dropped the laxatives outside before bringing it into the interrogation room. How could she have been discovered? Qin Feng, the mutual understanding I mentioned relates to the understanding of habits and rituals along with acknowledging achievements. Don't you think that wanting to know a woman's 3 measurements is a very base thing? Base? You said I'm base. Qin Feng became agitated and stood abruptly. He looked at Liu Bingbing angrily. His expression was full of seriousness. The understanding of so-called habits and acknowledging accomplishments you speak of occurs after admiring the other's beauty. Do you know how important a woman's 3 measurements are to men? It will make the man want to know this woman completely. He'll know her beauty. Though this beauty is external, it also hides the internal beauty beneath the clothing. This perfection will make men appreciate this woman even more. He'll want to do everything to get close to her, interact with her, and understand her. And you think it's base for me to want to know your 3 measurements? Chief Liu, you disappoint me. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng shoved all of the documents on the interrogation room table into the ground. Liu Bingbing sat frozen in her chair, and her brain couldn't come to. She suddenly thought that Qin Feng wanting to know her 3 measurements was actually a really sacred thing. She quickly came to her senses and immediately bent down to pick up the documents. At the same time, Qin Feng smiled evilly and swayed his cup with Liu Bingbing's. Chief Liu, my apologies. I was too agitated earlier. Liu Bingbing stood, and Qin Feng continued to have a serious expression. It was really a waste of talent for him not to be a face-changing magician. Oh, it's fine. Maybe because of the gender difference, our views on the matter are also different. Maybe you really meant nothing by it. As expected, Chief Liu is a person that does big things, has an open heart, and sees the bigger picture. I'll use water as a substitute for wine and I'll drink to you. Qin Feng grandly lifted the paper cup and drank all of the clean water in one sip. At this time, Liu Bingbing began to feel guilty. She thought she was kind of petty and that she was using the public office to commit a private revenge. Chief Liu, why aren't you drinking? Won't you give me some face? Qin Feng said while looking earnestly at Liu Bingbing. Oh, no. I'm drinking. Liu Bingbing regained her senses. Since Qin Feng already drank, he could just be considered unfortunate. When his stomach starts to ache, she won't make things difficult for him, and will just let him go to the restroom to relieve himself. Then, Liu Bingbing lifted her cup with some regret, and slowly drank the whole cup of water. Chief Liu is indeed refreshing, I can't help but admire you. Okay, let's get back to business and talk about why you've arrested me and brought me back to the interrogation room. Qin Feng changed his expressions too quickly. Liu Bingbing almost couldn't react. She couldn't help but feel that something was off. But what was off? She couldn't say. Then, the two returned to the interrogation regarding the street racing incident. Qin Feng's attitude was clear-cut as usual. No matter how Liu Bingbing asked, he insisted that he didn't street race, and that he only rode his bike there to admire the scenery. Liu Bingbing already knew Qin Feng wouldn't admit to his crimes. If this kind of shameless hedonistic young master easily admitted to his wrongdoings, Liu Bingbing actually wouldn't accept it. After all, that was why she decided to use other means to deal with Qin Feng. She put laxatives in Qin Feng's water so this perverted and shameless stinking man could get a stomachache. Then, she also wouldn't let him go to the bathroom to relieve himself so he'd go in his pants and his stinking reputation would be spread far and wide. That's weird. It's been so long, the laxative should be taking effect, so why didn't Qin Feng have any sort of reaction? Liu Bingbing blinked her large eyes and looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. Qin Feng had a smiling face and admired Liu Bingbing's beautiful features at the same time. Are you all right? Liu Bingbing probed. Why wouldn't I be? Qin Feng laughed. Does your stomach hurt? No. Chief Liu, does your stomach hurt? Right from the beginning, Qin Feng could detect something fishy from Liu Bingbing's previous attitude. Even if Qin Feng was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that such a cold and fiery beauty would calmly discuss emotions. Thus, he suspected that there was something wrong with the water Liu Bingbing gave him. Liu Bingbing's question seemed to contain some sort of underlying meaning. Qin Feng guessed that she probably put something like a laxative in his drink. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. About to have a breakdown. Once Qin Feng asked, Liu Bingbing found that her body felt strange. Her stomach indeed began to hurt, and the pain kept getting stronger and fiercer. In an instant, Liu Bingbing realized what had happened. A stifling coldness shot out of her body and she glared at Qin Feng. You swide our cups, didn't you? Chief Liu, what do you mean? Why would I swee the cups? Qin Feng feigned ignorance. Liu Bingbing gritted her teeth angrily. She already understood what happened. She was played by Qin Feng. Thinking back, Qin Feng probably swide the cups when she bent down to pick up the documents. When she thought about how Qin Feng pushed the documents off the desk, Liu Bingbing realized that the brat played her in circles. And to think she even felt guilty earlier. Now, Liu Bingbing thought she was too naive. Qin Feng, you're very good. You wait. Just you wait. Liu Bingbing's stomach hurt more and more. She felt the urge to set everything free. She resisted the urge to beat up Qin Feng that instant, and immediately ran towards the door of the interrogation room. After she finishes releasing everything, then she could come back and clean up Qin Feng. Wait, Liu Bingbing hadn't even touched the handle of the door when Qin Feng leaned on it. Chief Liu, you have to clarify what you mean. How did I offend you? Why are you making me wait? When she saw Qin Feng feigning ignorance, Liu Bingbing's eyes went ablaze. She snarled, Qin Feng, fuck off. You clearly know what you've done. Chief Liu, I didn't do anything. You're tarnishing my righteous reputation and hurting my noble spirit. If I've done something wrong, just tell me and I'll change. But, I can't stand it when people slander me so casually, that's a no-no. So, Chief Liu, you have to explain or I won't let you out. Qin Feng put his hands on his hips and said this with an air of righteousness. Liu Bingbing's face darkened. She felt that Qin Feng was really despicable. He shamelessly talked about fallacies as if they were true. But Liu Bingbing couldn't bring up Qin Feng swallowing the cups because she was the one who put laxatives in it. If she brought it up, she would be the one to get embarrassed. Move. Liu Bingbing's stomach felt unbearable, and she had no more strength to get mad. In the name of my virtuous soul and lofty reputation, I'm not moving. Unless you want to step over my dead body today, Qin Feng said with a frown. Qin Feng, why don't you go die? Liu Bingbing couldn't stand it anymore. At this time, she crouched onto the floor and covered her stomach. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Chief Liu, you don't look so good. Are you sick? Qin Feng also squatted down and helped Liu Bingbing wipe her sweat with an expression of concern. Get your grubby paws away from me, I don't need your concern. Liu Bingbing slapped Qin Feng's hand away and glared at him. Tell me, what can I do to get you to fuck off? I don't understand, why would Chief Liu have such a rude request of making me leave? As an upstanding man, how could I leave? Qin Feng's serious expression suddenly changed and revealed a slight smile. His eyes were glued to Liu Bingbing's chest. Chief Liu, will you really agree to do anything? Liu Bingbing rolled her eyes. If her stomach didn't hurt so much that she felt completely strengthless, even if she couldn't beat Qin Feng in a fight, she would still duke it out. Retract your dog eyes. If you dare let your gaze wander again, I'll pull your eyes out and step on them until they explode. All right, then Chief Liu can only step over my dead body today. Qin Feng reinstated an air of righteousness. He stood at the door and began to whistle. Liu Bingbing desperately had to answer the call of nature, so when she heard Qin Feng's extremely loud whistling, she wanted to go crazy. The color of her face continued to worsen as the laxative came to the stage of peak effectiveness. She felt as though the inside of her body began to boil. She feared that if she didn't get out now, she would embarrass herself. Qin Feng, I can't do it anymore. Hurry up. Not long later, Liu Bingbing put down her front and looked at Qin Feng tenderly. Qin Feng almost stumbled and fell onto the ground. Liu Bingbing's words were too easy to misinterpret. Chief Liu, how do you want me to be faster? Hurry and tell me what you want. Hurry and let me out of here. Liu Bingbing's words were concise and straightforward. She wasn't going to make it soon. Chief Liu, you know that I'm not a petty person that takes advantage of people. If I suggest something improper, will you look down on me and internally laugh at me? Liu Bingbing clenched her teeth and said word by word, I won't. Since Chief Liu already said this, then I'll trouble you and really bring out the improper suggestions. Chief Liu, let's kiss. No way. Even if Liu Bingbing almost couldn't hold it anymore, she flatly rejected this improper request. Qin Feng thought for a bit and said with seriousness, how about this? Hug me and let me feel your sincerity. Then, I'll let you out. Kissing was too much for Liu Bingbing, and even hugging made her feel conflicted. But, due to the circumstances, she was forced to her wits' end. Liu Bingbing clenched her teeth and hugged Qin Feng. The two both squatted in the ground and hugged. A natural and fresh perfume-free fragrance drifted into Qin Feng's nose. He stuck his nose onto Liu Bingbing's beautiful hair and inhaled deeply twice. An unnamed comfort arose in his heart. After hugging Qin Feng, she smelled the unique manly smell on his body. It was a bit fragrant and a bit enchanting. Liu Bingbing was surprised to find that she didn't hate the smell. Although she'd been hugged by this beast Qin Feng before, this situation was different from the previous one. That was a coincidental hug that took place while she was unprepared. This time, Liu Bingbing initiated the hug with Qin Feng. It felt really strange. Besides the feeling of resistance and disgust, there was also a sliver of wonder in her heart. Liu Bingbing was shocked to find that her heartbeat actually increased. Qin Feng, that's enough. After hugging for 10 seconds, Liu Bingbing hurriedly pushed Qin Feng away. Chief Liu, I think you've misunderstood. We can be considered good friends, so I wanted a simple friendly hug. I didn't have any impure thoughts or bad intentions. This kind of hug doesn't even need to last 2 seconds, but seeing how engrossed Chief Liu was, I felt bad disturbing you. Move. They already hugged and liberties were taken, so Qin Feng moved out of the way. Liu Bingbing shot out of the interrogation room like a rocket and bolted toward the restroom. Liu Bingbing hadn't left for very long when Uncle Fu and Chief Zhong hurriedly rushed over. After seeing Qin Feng, Uncle Fu took the initiative and rushed over. Chapter 124. Chapter 124, 100-Year Blood Lotus. Young Master Qin, are you alright? Ruo Ru went back to the Qin manor and said you were arrested. I'm fine. There's no need to worry, Uncle Fu. Qin Feng waved his hand and smiled. Chief Zhong also greeted Qin Feng with a smile. Young Master Qin, I just looked into it, and this was a misunderstanding. You were only riding your bike to admire the scenery at Coiled Snake Mountain. How could you possibly have participated in a street race? Chief Liu was careless. I hope young Master Qin forgives us. While saying this, Chief Zhong even extended a pennant. Young Master Qin, last time at the Western-styled restaurant a hoodlum wanted to hit you. You must have been traumatized. This is also considered a mistake on the part of the police since they didn't successfully carry out their duty to protect the safety and harmony of the citizens. This is a brave citizen pennant, please accept it. Qin Feng came to the Northern District Sub-Bureau 3 times, and got 2 pennants. He suddenly fell in love with this place. He thought about how warm and considerate this family was. He had to come often in the future. Then thank you Chief Zhong. Qin Feng took the pennant and said, that's right, last time's Western restaurant accident. Luckily Chief Liu got there in time. If not for her continuous care and comfort for me, I don't know how I'd escape the shadow of the accident. This pennant should belong to the both of us. When you see Chief Liu later, I'll trouble you to tell her about the pennant. Okay, I'll certainly pass the message along. After exchanging polite words, Qin Feng and Uncle Fu left the police station. Qin Feng wondered what Liu Bingbing's expression would be like once she heard that he brought another pennant home. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. When they got back to the Qin manor, Qin Huang and everyone else in the manor were waiting for Qin Feng at the villa lounge. Once they saw that he returned safe and sound, they all sighed in relief. Qin Feng, are you alright? Since Shu Ruo Ru was also there, Qin Huang kept up Qin Feng's act. He wasn't able to express too much concern, so he glared at Qin Feng with some dissatisfaction. Chairman Qin, I'm fine. Didn't I tell Ruo Ru that I know Chief Liu? We're good friends that can talk about anything. She invited me for tea and a heart-to-heart conversation, Qin Feng said merrily. Qin Feng and Han Yingying stared at Qin Feng with disdain. Liu Bingbing invited him for tea? Good friends that could talk about anything? More like Liu Bingbing couldn't wait to kill him. Alright, since you're fine, everyone go sleep. You brat, you kept Ying Ying and Ruo Ru up until now. Go apologize to them, Qin Huang reprimanded before taking the lead to head up the stairs. Shu Ruo Ru immediately looked at Qin Feng and waved. Qin Feng, I'm fine, you don't have to apologize to me. Ying Ying, I'm guilty of worrying you. I'll walk you back to your villa to rest. There's no need for that. Once the image of Qin Feng sneaking around and sniffing Shu Ruo Ru's underwear appeared in her head, she immediately stopped him. I'll go back myself. I'm afraid that if you come with me, I'll lose undergarments. Qin Feng and Shu Ruo Ru were the only 2 left in the large living room. After hearing what Han Yingying said, Shu Ruo Ru looked at Qin Feng differently. Her gaze now became guarded. Ruo Ru, then I'll take you back to your room. Qin Feng looked smilingly at Shu Ruo Ru. I can go back myself. Shu Ruo Ru was like a frightened deer and immediately ran up the stairs. She didn't have that many undergarments to begin with, so she was even more afraid they'd be stolen. Women these days. Why are they so polite? We're all tenants anyway, Qin Feng muttered while returning to his room. Once he got in bed, his attitude suddenly became serious. He stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a small wooden box. The small wooden box was rectangular, narrow, dark red, and was about the length of a palm of a hand. This was not Qin Feng's own box, but was provided to him on Coiled Snake Mountain tonight. When Su Qiu Yu initiated the hug with Qin Feng before she left, she shoved it into his arms. Though Su Qiu Yu's movements were quick, Qin Feng still felt it but didn't stop or expose her. The two had just met, and Qin Feng wasn't so self-absorbed that he thought Su Qiu Yu fell in love with him at first sight. He slowly opened the red wooden box. A fresh, herbal smell wafted into his nose. The image of a dark red pill that was a shape similar to the snow lotus herb flower appeared before his eyes. As a young master from a wealthy family, he had seen the Tianshan snow lotus herb before. It was extremely rare, and his old man always made medicinal liquor with it to drink. But the Tianshan show lotus special to Xinjiang was a pale yellow, while the herb in this wooden box was red. Though the shape was similar to the snow lotus, the color was a dark red, so it clearly wasn't Tianshan snow lotus. Master, this is a comparatively precious and rare 100-year blood lotus pill. Every 100 years when the flower blooms, it absorbs the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. It contains a large quantity of spiritual energy and is the most important medicinal ingredient in concocting pills of immortality. Little Pig always appeared at key times. Qin Feng suddenly deeply understood the true meaning of a very close same-sex friend. 100-year blood lotus. Sounds pretty amazing, Qin Feng mumbled to himself. Master, do you know what the selling price of this 100-year blood lotus pill is in the Hedonist sovereign system? Little Pig didn't wait for Qin Feng to guess and said with an exaggerated expression, 10,000 Hedonist points. Qin Feng jumped in shock and said excitedly, Little Pig, hurry. I'll sell this 100-year blood lotus pill and buy windblade skills. This 100-year blood lotus isn't an item of the system, so it can only be stored but not sold. Little Pig had a look of disdain. Master, do you know the uses of the 100-year blood lotus? I can't believe you wanted to sell it. This is the most vital medicinal ingredient for learning to make blood qi pills. Do you know what the blood qi pill can be used for? If normal people eat one, they can immediately break through the first internal stage and step onto the path of becoming a martial cultivator. When low-leveled martial cultivators use it, there's a possibility of breaking through the fourth internal level or the fourth external stage. Wow, it's that great. This time, Qin Feng understood how precious this 100-year blood lotus pill was. Little Pig, then how could I concoct pills of immortality? The Hedonist sovereign system's medicinal interface was already unlocked when the host bought the elementary gold saw medicine, the lowest leveled medicine. But the host can only unlock the basic requirements for concocting pills of immortality after breaking through the fourth internal level. At the moment, Master has no way of doing so, Little Pig said. Qin Feng suddenly felt that something was off, so you're saying that I need to break through the fourth internal stage before I can concoct pills and create the blood qi pill. But the most the pill can do is help the user quickly break through to stage 4 internal abilities. So what the heck is the use of me concocting this blood qi pill? Little Pig chewed his lips and began to play dead. But in the end, this blood qi pill was pretty great. If he couldn't use it, he could give it to someone else. It's pretty incredible for a single pill to be able to create a stage 1 internal expert. With a thought from Qin Feng, he stored the 100-year blood lotus pill in the system. At this time, he still couldn't use this toy. Chapter 125. Chapter 125, Need to Rebel. Yun Province, Sky City. Su Qiu Yu drove the Reventon and sped across the cool and clear streets. She was already back at Sky City. She saw a black Benz following her through her rearview mirror and smirked. The instant she gave Qin Feng the Su family's heavily guarded treasure, the 100-year blood lotus, she felt as though a huge weight was lifted off her chest. When she saw that the person in the Benz had not noticed this and kept following her, she sighed in relief. However, she knew that this news could not be hidden for long. Soon, these people would notice that the 100-year blood lotus was moved. Su Qiu Yu had no way of telling when they would find that the trail led to Qin Feng, but she could only do her best to string them along. She would take advantage of this time to find someone who could heal her grandfather's illness. As long as her grandfather woke up, everything would return to normal for the Su family. Not long later, Qin Feng had already been working at Royal Group for 10 days. He also came a long way from not wanting to get out of bed and internally rebelling against going to work like he did on the first day. Now, he woke up early every morning, ran over to Shu Ruo's room, sneaked a peek at how she looked with her loose pajamas, and went to the shared restroom to brush his teeth and wash his face with her. During these 10 days, Qin Feng became familiar with his co-workers in the sales department. At the very least, the male sales representatives had his name deeply ingrained in their memories. After all, his nickname was Beast. Who told him to take liberties with their pure little beauty Shu Ruo every day at work? Today at work, Qin Feng saw two familiar figures, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma. These two stayed at the hospital for 5 days and were just released last night after getting kicked down the stairs by Qin Feng. Older brother Qin, morning. Once they saw Qin Feng arrive, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu immediately put on smiles and greeted him. Qin Feng's expression fell. He berated them. Who's your real brother? Don't randomly claim people as your relatives. Their lips cheat and they immediately changed their verbiage. Big brother Feng, good morning. Now that's right. Qin Feng smilingly patted the two on their shoulders and led Shu Ruo away. Qin Feng, it seems that those two really respect you. Shu Ruo sat at her desk and said worriedly, they have a bad reputation in the company for using force to bully people. Why you have to be careful? Nah. Qin Feng merrily waved his hand. Last time they went to smoke by the opening of the stairs and forgot to bring a lighter. I gifted one to them so they were impressed by my free and easy personality. They insisted on recognizing me as their elder brother. I didn't age. When she saw Qin Feng beginning to brag again, Shu Ruo shook her head. Then, she ignored him, buried her head, and began to work. After greeting Qin Feng, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu's worried hearts slowly began to calm down. The two experienced how powerful Qin Feng was, so they were afraid that he'd take revenge on them. However, based on what just happened, it looked like Qin Feng already seemed not to care about this matter. Xiao Ma, Xiao Qiu, come to my office. Both of their hearts had just calmed when Wang Chao's call suddenly came from behind them. They both jumped in fright and exchanged glances. Then, they walked into Wang Chao's office with dark expressions. What were you two doing? Where have you been for the past couple of days? Once they entered, Wang Chao viciously scolded them. He saw Qin Feng and Shu Ruo come to the company together and suspected that they were already in a relationship. He hated Qin Feng more and more, but he couldn't get anything on the brat. And during this short period of time, he couldn't think of a way to clean him up. Right from the morning, his stomach was filled with fire. He vented this fire onto Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu. The two were usually at Wang Chao's beck and call, and they usually agreed with everything he said. Today, their attitudes changed. They looked coldly at Wang Chao. Group leader Wang, we accidentally fell down the stairs and were in the hospital for 5 days. There's no need to be so angry at us, is there? Wang Chao viciously lifted his head and looked at the two suspiciously. He already discovered an abnormality. Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu were really strange today. I want you two to clean up Qin Feng. Why haven't you taken action yet? That brat prances around in my face all day and it annoys me. I'll give you two another day today. If I don't see Qin Feng lying in the hospital, you two can scram. The two were beaten into the hospital because they were trying to help Wang Chao clean up Qin Feng. In the end, they got chewed out instead. Both of their hearts were filled with fire. Ch, aren't you just a little group leader? You seem to treat yourself as someone important. If you want to force us to leave, go ahead. We'll go to General Manager Li and tell her that you commanded us to deal with Qin Feng. If we leave, you'll have to leave as well. What did you say? Wang Chao was stunned, and his pen stopped abruptly. He pushed up his glasses and closely sized up Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu. He was so surprised that he even thought he recognized the wrong people. Were these still the reverent and respectful, wildly ass-kissing brats from before? They must have fucking eaten bear and leopard gall to be so brave. If you guys dare, say that shit again. I think you two haven't fucking woken up yet. Wang Chao slammed the desk angrily. Qin Feng had not even been cleaned up and these two wanted to rebel. Wang Chao, if you fucking dare make a big fuss towards me again, I'll kill you. Since they had already torn off their masks, they had nothing to hold them back. With one on the left and one on the right, they arrived beside Wang Chao. Each grabbed one of Wang Chao's shoulders and lifted him. "What are you two doing? Hurry and let go of me. Okay, you two stinking brats, you want to rebel and you don't even care about your group leader. You clearly don't want to get along in the sales department in the future." In this moment of calamity, Wang Chao directly pulled out his status to suppress them. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma hated this the most. Not only did they not let go, their faces immediately became sinister. "Wang Chao, you want to make our lives difficult? Consider what you're capable of first. Be careful going home in case you get covered in a sack, knocked out, and thrown into a dumpster." Wang Chao was scared to death. Without his status, his small physique was no mar for Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma. He was afraid that with a casual smack from them, his skeleton would fall apart. What do you guys want to do? Hurry and let go of me. Your elders don't want to do anything. We just want to clarify to you that starting from today, don't fucking order the two of us about. And don't look for trouble with us or you'll regret it. After saying these harsh words, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu let go at the same time. Wang Chao was unprepared and fell roughly on his bottom. His buttocks almost fell apart, and it hurt so much that his face contorted in pain. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma pretended that they saw nothing. They strutted out of the office and ruthlessly slammed the door behind them. Wang Chao sat on the ground. After a long time, he still couldn't come out of his stupor. All of this happened too quickly, his little heart couldn't withstand it. What kind of wrong medicine did Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu take that they became this way? The whole morning, Wang Chao sat in his office and deliberated this question in pain. On the other hand, Qin Feng slept comfortably while splayed on his work desk. "Qin Feng, time to eat." When lunchtime rolled around, Shu Ruoru called Qin Feng awake. She looked at him with a pout. "I have no idea how you're going to stay in the sales department. If you keep sleeping like this during work, be careful, you might get fired." Qin Feng tidied up his hair that was mussed from sleep, patted his chest, and said grandly, "Who would dare fire me? I'm the champion sales representative of our sales department, an undefeated legend." Qin Feng wasn't lying. He sold Cloud City Hua Manor's worst villa to Sun Yi for over $1 million. With this achievement, even if he slept for a quarter of the year in Royal Group, he would still be stably at first place. However, Shu Ruoru didn't know about this matter. "Qin Feng, just continue to brag." Shu Ruoru scrunched her attractive nose. Then, she talked and laughed with Qin Feng as they arrived at the employee cafeteria on the 3rd floor. Royal Group's 3rd floor was 1,000 square meters. The whole floor was the employee cafeteria, and its maximum capacity was 600 people. The 3rd floor's cafeteria was split into 2 large sections according to status in the company. One side was for the normal employees to eat in, while the other side was for managers and supervisors. The normal employee side was like a school cafeteria, and the other area was separated into half see-through private rooms and completely closed-off booths. The latter was evidently an area of a much higher grade. Shu Ruoru and Qin Feng were normal employees, so they naturally were only able to eat in the normal employee section. As usual, Shu Ruoru was in charge of grabbing a seat and Qin Feng got the food. Soon, Qin Feng brought over 2 trays of sumptuous food and sat across from Shu Ruoru. "You must be hungry, hurry and eat." Shu Ruoru nodded. She looked at the table full of sumptuous food and her eyes became crescent moons. The two ate happily when they suddenly detected 2 people arrive beside them. Qin Feng turned and saw Wang Chao and a sales representative from the sales department, Xiao Zhong. "Oh, Qin Feng and Ruoru, what a coincidence. We randomly found a table and we found co-workers from our sales department." Wang Chao sat down merrily and greeted Qin Feng and Shu Ruoru. Xiao Zhong only came over to sit because Wang Chao came over. He wanted to kiss Wang Chao's ass, but he could not be too obvious about it. He greeted the 3 of them in succession. Group leader Wang looked around the ordinary employee section a couple of times with his pair of cow eyes before finding this spot. A coincidence indeed. Qin Feng clearly didn't give Wang Chao any face and said whatever he wanted. Wang Chao awkwardly coughed twice and ignored Qin Feng. This time, he came to gain Shu Ruoru's favor. If he didn't act now, this lady would become food for Qin Feng. Ruoru, you look so thin that you're about to disappear. Here, I've especially gotten all of these good meat and vegetable dishes. Eat more. Girls your age are in the midst of developing. You mustn't learn from those other people that try and lose weight. Those people don't want their bodies anymore. Wang Chao talked and prepared to place food into Shu Ruoru's bowl at the same time. Shu Ruoru was so shocked that she immediately lifted her tray away. She felt disgusted when she looked at Wang Chao, so how would she eat the food he got for her? Thank you for your kind intentions, Group Leader Wang. I don't like eating meat. How can you not like to eat meat? Look at this child, are you not going to listen to Group Leader Wang? Wang Chao put on a serious expression and pretended to be mad as he said, hurry and bring your tray over. As your group leader, I should care about your daily life. What is there to be shy about? Chapter 126. Chapter 126. All of your family members are ass kissers. Shu Ruoru was so anxious that she was about to cry. She pouted her little mouth and gave Qin Feng a pleading look. Qin Feng smiled and also picked up a couple of pieces of meat from his tray. Why wouldn't Ruoru like eating meat? Ruru just doesn't like eating the meat that other people pick up with their chopsticks because it's filled with saliva. Isn't that gross? Here Ruoru, eat the beef I have for you. Eat more so your chest can develop more. Qin Feng grabbed some beef and extended it to Shu Ruoru. She hesitated and extended her tray, caught the beef, and then began to eat with gusto. When he saw this, Wang Chao was so angry that he turned green. The food that he picked up had saliva, but did the food that Qin Feng pick up not have any? It seemed to him that these two already kissed. He wondered if they had done anything more intimate. Wang Chao couldn't let Qin Feng steal away a large delicacy like Shu Ruoru. Ruoru, actually, the food in the ordinary employee section of the cafeteria doesn't have much taste. You have never gone to the upper management section to eat, huh? I went with General Manager Li once, and the food there is what you'd call fragrant. The chefs were all hired from 5-star hotels. When we get the chance, I'll take you to eat on that side. When he said this, Wang Chao couldn't help but lift his head toward the ceiling. From time to time, he glanced at Qin Feng and gloated indiscreetly. Shu Ruoru couldn't help but burst into laughter. She had been staying at the Qin Manor for a while, and she knew that the head chef of there was hired from a 5-star hotel. The food in the manor was indeed delicious, and she and Qin Feng had the ability to eat it every day. Ruoru, what are you laughing at? Do you think I'm bullshitting you? Haha, I'll have you know that I, Group Leader Wang, never talk big. I only deal with reality. Just you wait, in 2 days, if the sales department receives some sort of special guest, then I'll have the opportunity to eat on the other side. At that time, I'll bring you over and let you gain some more experience. Otherwise, you'll always follow behind and get fooled by the words of a sales representative with no future. We can't have that. Both Qin Feng and Shu Ruoru could detect that Wang Chao's words hinted at something else. Shu Ruoru felt a bit irritated. She got along with Qin Feng pretty well and thought that he treated her well, so she didn't want to hear other people saying bad things about him. Group Leader Wang, since you have so much face, why don't you bring Ruoru to the high-class dining area to experience the so-called greater aspects of society now? Qin Feng wasn't angry at all. It was beneath his dignity to be angry at someone like Wang Chao. Tea today is inconvenient. Wang Chao's expression changed completely. He looked like a cat whose tail was stepped on. What's inconvenient about it? Group Leader Wang, it's bad to be all talk and no action, Qin Feng smiled. I'm too lazy to care about you. Wang Chao's entire face darkened. He tilted his head and said nothing. He discovered that this Qin Feng was the bane of his existence. He did nothing all day but undermine him. Group Leader Wang was so angry that he couldn't find the words to refute Qin Feng. On the other hand, Xiao Zhong, who sat across from him, looked at Qin Feng with distaste. Qin Feng, what are you doing? How can you talk to Group Leader Wang like that? You're acting like you're so capable. If you're so great, bring Shu Ruo Ru to eat on that side. Xiao Zhong seized this golden ass-kissing opportunity and felt impossibly elated. Wang Chao was moved. The gloomy expression on his face instantaneously dissipated. He nodded at Xiao Zhong with appraisal. What Xiao Zhong said is quite sensible. Comrade Qin Feng's attitude seems to imply that you have a lot of face in this company. It should be as easy as playing around for you to eat on that side. A group leader like me is truly untalented. If it's not a special circumstance, I don't have the ability of eating on that side. Qin Feng, open our eyes. Bring Ruo Ru over and bring some good food back so Xiao Zhong and I can see a glimmer of your brilliance. That's right, that's right. Qin Feng, you're so great. From night to day, you act like everything's so easy. I suspect that you must have started this company. Go to the high-class dining area and bring some food back, then we'll talk. Group leader Zhong, don't you agree? Xiao Zhong gave Wang Chao a strong kiss on the ass. Wang Chao smiled and was unable to contain his glee. This morning, he lost his two faithful underlings Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma. Thus, he was just about to renew his search for a dependable subordinate. This Xiao Zhong brought himself onto his doorstep. Compared to Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma, Xiao Zhong had unparalleled ass-kissing abilities. His abilities made Wang Chao elated. Immensely satisfied, his gaze swept across his surroundings. He saw Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma sitting not too far away. They were also weighing the current situation. Wang Chao gave them a look of disdain as if to say, "Did you see that? Even without you two, there are still people lining up to kiss your elder's ass." On the other hand, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma looked at Xiao Zhong with sympathy. They thought to themselves that in a couple of days, he'd also have to check into the hospital. Since group leader Wang and this ass-kissing addict are begging me so sincerely, I'd feel bad refusing. Ruo Ru, let's go. Let's eat in the high-class area. There are some houseflies that keep buzzing around by our ears. Just hearing it is annoying. Qin Feng stood with a smile and extended his hand toward Shu Ruo Ru. Shu Ruo Ru shyly lowered her head, held Qin Feng's hand, and walked away. While weighing the backs of the two walking toward the high-class dining area, Xiao Zhong clenched his teeth internally cursed, "You're the freaking ass-kisser. Your whole family is made up of ass-kissers. Qin Feng, are we really going to that side? We don't have high enough statuses." Shu Ruo Ru said this with a bit of nervousness when she saw that they were about to enter the high-class dining area. "Of course I know. I coincidentally saw Assistant Han sitting and eating, so we'll pretend to say hi to rile up Wang Chao." Qin Feng didn't stop. He held Shu Ruo Ru's hand and swaggered into the high-class dining area. At this time, Han Yingying sat eating in an elegant compartment. She was enclosed on two sides by wooden carvings. Countless men from all sides had their eyes glued to these partitions. They looked through it and peeked at Han Yingying, who was inside. There was the sense of beauty one would feel while admiring flowers through fog. Her hands held the fork and knife lithely as she ate her steak meal. Her movements were elegant and graceful. She elegantly speared a small piece of steak, delivered it into her sexy red lips, slightly closed her lovely eyes, chewed slowly, and savored it with a charming expression. This kind of sexy and intellectual beauty became the talk of the higher class not long after entering the company. However, since she was usually icy and proud, and she was also Chairman Qin's assistant, these people only dared to peek at her secretly. No one had the guts to burst into her compartment and disturb her elegant eating. Thus, Qin Feng broke through this special barrier. With Shu Ruo Ru in tow, he already smilingly walked into Han Yingying's compartment. "Assistant Han, your days are going really well." After entering the compartment, Qin Feng casually sat across from Han Yingying as if he had entered his own house. When Han Yingying heard footsteps enter her private room, a layer of frost appeared on her face. But, after hearing the person's voice, the frost fell and a lovely cordial expression graced her features. When she saw Shu Ruo Ru standing cautiously at the door afraid to enter, she waved her over. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. I've been using my legs the whole time. Little sister Ruo Ru, don't be so shy. Sit next to big sister, you don't need to be so polite with me. Shu Ruo-ru nodded and obediently sat beside Han Ying-ying. Young Master Qin's close attendant. I'm not as comfortable and at ease as you say. What do you two want to eat? I'll order it for you. After Shu Ruo-ru sat down, Han Ying-ying casually looped her arm through Shu Ruo-ru's. They looked to be as close as best friends that could talk about anything. Her charming eyes seemed to have the ability to speak. Her gaze fell on Qin Feng and she looked at him with some coldness. No, Ruo-ru and I are the little workers at the bottom of the food chain, we can't enjoy Assistant Han's benefits. We just heard that the food on this side was really good, so we wanted to come over and take a look. Qin Feng smiled. Han Ying-ying glared at Qin Feng and suddenly couldn't help but laugh delicately. Qin Feng, you're even being peculiar with me? Be careful, or I might spill everything about you in front of little sister Ruo-ru. Qin Feng became agitated and grabbed Han Ying-ying's hands. He said with a smile of one trying to gain favor, Assistant Han, I was just joking, don't take it as the truth. After Qin Feng grabbed her hands so suddenly, Han Ying-ying looked like she was electrocuted. In private, though she always appeared very forward and even tried to seduce Qin Feng a couple of times, this was only for the sake of a business partnership. Besides, she knew that Qin Feng was on guard against her. Thus, though the two both lived in the Qin manor and seemed really close and loving, nothing actually happened between them. Even when their hands were merely joined like they were currently, Han Ying-ying's heart surged with a peculiar feeling. A slight blush tinted her fair and charming face. She promptly tugged her hands away and continued to look at flirtatiously at Qin Feng. All right, I'm not going to chat idly with you anymore. I'll order a steak set meal for each of you. Han Ying-ying stood up to leave. Her elegant figure and movements made it so that wherever she went, the audience's gaze would follow. This scene stunned its audience right from the get-go. Whether it be the managers in the high-class area or the employees in the ordinary employee section, all of them had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbstruck at this scene. One of these girls was the pure jade beauty Shu Ruo-ru of the ordinary employees, and the other was the fiery hot queen Han Ying-ying. One was of water and one was fire. These people would be unable to contain their happiness if they could get even one of these two high-quality, extraordinarily beautiful women. However, they now saw a man from the ordinary employee section sitting and eating with both of these beauties at the same time. They even talked and laughed. The audience felt as though they were shot by 10,000 arrows. They could not comprehend what women looked for in a mate these days. Group Leader Wang. I am not seeing things, am I? That brat Qin Feng actually went over to eat in the upper management area. And who is that flaming hot beauty? Xiao Zhong asked in astonishment. He and Wang Chao were able to see Han Ying-ying's private room from where they were sitting. They could generally see the situation inside the room through the faintly discernible wooden carvings. Wang Chao's expression was even more stunned. Since Xiao Zhong's position in the company was too low, it was normal for him not to know Han Ying-ying. However, Wang Chao clearly knew that this Han Ying-ying had just arrived into the company and was extremely popular. She was reportedly Chairman Qin's newly hired assistant. Wang Chao's eyes were ablaze when he saw Qin Feng talking and smiling with a beauty of this status. That's impossible. How could that brat Qin Feng know Assistant Han? I think there's an 80% chance that his conduct of bursting into the high-class dining area affected Assistant Han's mealtime, so she's going to look for a security guard to deal with him. Let's wait to see a good show. In a bit, Qin Feng will be treated like a diseased dog and he'll be driven out of there. Once Wang Chao came up with this reasoning, his gloomy expression changed to a smile as he rejoiced in Qin Feng's misfortune. Right. That beauty was originally eating on her own and that idiot Qin Feng went and disturbed her. She must have gone to look for the security guard. Haha, this idiot. He clearly has the life of a sales representative, but he insists on pretending to be someone of consequence. This time, he's going to lose face spectacularly. Let's see if Shu Ruo-ru will still be with him after this. From what I see, in the whole royal group, only group leader Wang Chao has the ability to take Shu Ruo-ru. As for the others, they can only stand to the side and wa. In truth, Xiao Zhong also eyed Shu Ruo-ru's beauty all along. His heart was restless, but he knew his place. At this time, he decisively gave up on this goddess and used her to kiss Wang Chao's ass. Wang Chao was so happy that his face bloomed. He began to like this Xiao Zhong more and more. Xiao Zhong, you seem quite good at talking, you definitely have the qualities of a salesperson. In the future, follow me and I guarantee that you won't be treated unfairly. Group leader Wang, don't worry. In the future, Xiao Zhong will be at your beck and call. I pledge a life in your service. Group leader Wang. Xiao Zhong was so elated that he almost jumped up in happiness. Haha, you don't need to be at my beck and call. As long as you do your work well, it'll all be yours. Wang Chao said artificially. Xiao Zhong was well aware that these words couldn't be said too freely. His gaze shifted and he saw Han Yingying walking back holding 2 large trays. He immediately called Wang Chao, Group leader Wang, hurry and look, that beauty came back. The show's about to begin. Wang Chao immediately gained vitality and looked in Qin Feng's direction. He saw that there was no security guard behind Han Yingying and she carried 2 trays back into the private room. A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Assistant Han, you're a person of such high status, and you're personally bringing food over to us. You're really shortening our lives. Qin Feng said this smilingly while looking at Han Yingying's fiery body under her work clothes. Han Yingying brought the trays in front of Qin Feng and Shu Ruoru. She rolled her eyes at Qin Feng, hurry and eat. Even good food can't stop your mouth. That depends on what kind of good food it is. If it's Assistant Han's fragrant lips, I'm sure it could definitely stop it. Qin Feng smiled. Han Yingying's lovely body shook, and her charming face immediately became scarlet. In the past, she was the one that used words and her body to seduce Qin Feng. Now that Qin Feng initiated the seducing, it felt completely different. It even made her heartbeat quicken. Shu Ruoru was used to Qin Feng taking liberties with her, so her expression was beyond normal when she heard his words. However, she thought of how Han Yingying was Chairman Qin's assistant. If Qin Feng even came onto her, older sister Yingying would definitely bear a grudge towards him. Shu Ruoru immediately explained for Qin Feng, older sister Yingying, thank you for getting food for us. Qin Feng has a careless mouth, but he doesn't have a bad heart. Don't be mad. Han Yingying looked at Shu Ruoru and Qin Feng with a strange expression. A complicated feeling arose in her heart. However, she smiled outwardly and said, Little sister Ruoru, no need to be polite. I didn't realize that you and Qin Feng became so close. You're beginning to seem like a little wife in that you're helping him talk. Shu Ruoru's face became completely red. She shyly ate her steak and didn't know what to say. Qin Feng didn't touch the utensils on the dining table. He looked at the steak, juice, and fruit salad before him and thought about the communal food in the ordinary employee section. He suddenly stood. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Han Yingying immediately asked this once she saw Qin Feng's expression change. Breaking some traditions. Qin Feng looked back and smiled. He was already standing before a row of French windows. This row of French windows separated the ordinary employee section from the high-class section of the cafeteria. Qin Feng stood before the French windows and could see several hundred employees eating in the ordinary employee section. He could also be seen by the tens of managers and supervisors in the upper management section. His lips quirked into a relaxed smile. He suddenly lifted his leg and kicked through the French windows. Bang! An enormous sound made all of the people in the third-floor cafeteria jump in shock. One after another, they all looked over. A tall and slender man was crazily kicking and shattering the row of French windows. He looked thin and weak, but his explosive strength was very frightening. With each kick, a piece of glass from the French windows fell and shattered onto the ground. From behind, he suddenly appeared larger and taller. The gazes of the several hundred people in the ordinary employee section became heated. They stared attentively at Qin Feng's every move. Not long ago, this wall was the chasm in their hearts that separated them from the upper class. It was coldly erected as a constant reminder that they were all ordinary employees, that they had the lowest wages, that they did the hardest work. Must they eat from a tasteless communal rice pot? They were dissatisfied, deeply dissatisfied. However, They didn't dare suggest criticism because pretty much every large company had this kind of cafeteria that separated the classes. They knew to be satisfied that they were even able to work at Royal Group and that they could support their families. How could they risk losing their jobs to contemplate these kinds of unrealistic ideas? But now they saw someone who dared to stand out. This was an ordinary employee that did what they had always imagined. He was crazy, tyrannical, and reckless. Their previously suppressed emotions came bubbling forth. One by one, they produced earth-trembling rallying cries from the bottoms of their hearts. Bang bang bang! Qin Feng already kicked over the glass in the row of French windows on one side. Now, he ran over to the left side and commenced another bout of wild kicking. He was like a wild beast that had gone crazy. He was unrestrained and did what he wished. Since he thought this wall couldn't exist, it didn't. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry and stop right now. Suddenly, a voice reprimanded behind Qin Feng. A large, tall, and handsome young man that exuded an air of success walked over. This was a new addition to Royal Group's finance department, Lin Shuai. He was a student that had just returned from studying abroad in Australia. Not long after joining the company, he went from being a little assistant financial analyst to the position of a gold medal financial analyst. Because he was only 25, young, handsome, and rich, he was the resident celebrity that all of the single females in Royal Group chased after and crushed on. Lin Shuai's sudden appearance didn't stop Qin Feng. Qin Feng was still happily sending out flying kicks. This simple and base disregard immediately froze Lin Shuai's face. He neared Qin Feng and bellowed deeply, "I told you to stop. Are you trying to start a revolt?" Qin Feng continued to kick down the remaining glass wall. He said innocently, "Are you blind? I didn't move my arms, I was using my legs the whole time." Chapter 128. Chapter 128, I like calling you cricket. Lin Shuai's mouth cheat. He felt like he was shot through the heart by an arrow. Though he was brimming with talent, since he had only been at Royal Group for less than 2 months, he was still considered new. Originally, even if he saw these kinds of things, he wouldn't care. It clearly wasn't Lin Shuai's style to meddle in other people's business. But he saw Han Yingying, the goddess that the entire upper management of Royal Group crushed on and debated about. Lin Shuai was not an exception. After all, he saw himself as the person with the most strength and capability to win over Han Yingying. He took the initiative to run over and stop Qin Feng because he wanted to show off in front of her. "Then stop your feet," Lin Shuai bellowed coldly. Qin Feng stopped. He looked at Lin Shuai with mirth. "Friend, are you thinking that I must be tired from all this kicking and you want to help me? Then I'll trouble you to kick down these last 3 pieces of the glass wall." "You're crazy. I'm here to stop you. There's no way I'd help you do such an idiotic thing. Which department are you in? I'm going to take down your information and report this to upper management. Your vile behavior is affecting the way all of the employees in Royal Group work," Lin Shuai said haughtily as he looked at Qin Feng with disdain. "Ha, Manager Lin, how do you do?" Before Qin Feng could speak, Wang Chao suddenly ran over and greeted him with a smile. He shook Lin Shuai's hand firmly and shook it with the enthusiasm he would put into shaking his own father's hand. "I'm the group leader of Royal Group's sales department, Wang Chao. I'm really sorry, this is my subordinate Qin Feng. He's a normal sales representative in the sales department. As his group leader, I didn't teach him properly and let him cause trouble. I approve of Manager Lin's punishment suggestion from earlier. Even if he is my subordinate, if he did something wrong, I absolutely cannot shield him. I have to handle him impartially and punish him severely." That's right. Someone like Qin Feng makes our entire sales department lose face. "We have to punish him severely," Xiao Zhong echoed Wang Chao. With a bit of effort, Qin Feng was surrounded by people. The crowd was split in 2, the ordinary dining area group and the high-class dining area group. The 2 groups each had their own skills. Now that they were all together, their gazes were covetous. One side loudly criticized Qin Feng's vileness and behavior while the other side said nothing and only dared to use unhappy expressions to scare the other side. It was clear that they were unable to scare them. So it's an ordinary sales representative of the sales department. I was thinking that no one in our high-class area would have this kind of unruly behavior. It was clearly the work of a heckler. I'll make sure to realistically report this kind of person to upper management and have him fired directly. After discovering his identity, Lin Shuai became more confident. He acted like he was too lazy to give Qin Feng another glance. It wouldn't even be enough to fire him for such vile behavior. Wang Chao also nodded angrily. That's right, fire him, fire him. Xiao Zhong kept kissing Lin Shuai and Wang Chao's asses. He was extremely happy. If Royal Group presented a quarterly ass-kissing award, it would undoubtedly be his. This situation became increasingly dangerous, and the crowd of spectators grew increasingly as well. At this time, Li Yuchen rushed over anxiously as if there was a fire. Originally, she hadn't paid attention to what was happening here. She only rushed over when a subordinate from the sales department told her Qin Feng was causing trouble. Qin Feng was in the sales department and Li Yuchen was the general manager of it. Since she managed all of the people in the department and there was now someone from the sales department causing trouble, she held a large portion of the responsibility. While rushing over, Li Yuchen thought of over 100 ways Qin Feng could be causing trouble. Maybe there was a cockroach in his food and he started an argument with the cafeteria staff. Maybe he was picking up girls during lunch and she ignored him so they started up a fuss. Or maybe Qin Feng didn't pay for his food and got into a tussle with the security guard. Once Li Yuchen saw the messy scene and broken glass all over the ground, she realized she underestimated Qin Feng's ability to cause trouble. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Li Yuchen ran to Qin Feng's side with an icy expression. She was extremely angry and began to bellow at him. For the sake of her mother's wishes of marrying her into the Qin family, it wasn't easy for her to squeeze into Royal Group, the company of 500 strong. However, she still hadn't formed a relationship with young Master Qin. Now, Qin Feng went around smashing things in the cafeteria. This matter could be big or small. If it got big, she could forget about keeping her position as general manager of the sales department. She could just pack up and leave. If this really had to happen, Li Yuchen would definitely chew Qin Feng's head off. General Manager Li, perfect timing. I did a great thing for our company. In a bit, upper management should be here. Just stand here and don't leave. I'll split the credit with you. In this precarious scene, Qin Feng's words stunned the entire audience. Wang Chao, Lin Shuai, and Xiao Zhong laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Those several hundred ordinary employees were moved to tears by Qin Feng's indomitable energy. Clack clack clack. The crisp rhythm of high heels drifted over. Each step seemed to trample on its audience's little hearts. The heartbeats of the males increased, and their gazes followed this pair of high heels. What they saw was black stockings, slender, smooth and round calves, perky and impressive buttocks, a full willowy waist, a swelling and full chest, a white and beautiful jade neck, and charming and beautiful features. No matter what position they held, the spectators couldn't take their eyes off her. Everywhere, everyone's blood heated. Han Yingying walked unhurriedly into the crowd. She passed Lin Shuai and Wang Chao, walked past Li Yuchen, and lastly stood beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng, tell everyone why you did this. Han Yingying's elegant and slightly cold voice passed through the cafeteria. It didn't seem like she was talking to Qin Feng, it seemed as though she addressed all of the people in the cafeteria. She looked around and smiled charmingly. All of the people were drunk on the sight. They forgot about Qin Feng angrily smashing the French windows. Instead, all of them were daydreaming about whether or not they would defy expectation and be fancied by Han Yingying. Assistant Han is right, you have to give everyone an explanation. Lin Shuai was enchanted by Han Yingying as well, but he used all of his might to check himself. He immediately catered to Han Yingying's words and sternly commanded Qin Feng. He clearly misunderstood Han Yingying's words. By talking to Qin Feng so maliciously and arrogantly, he already offended the two beauties at the scene. Han Yingying and Shu Ruoru both eyed him with dissatisfaction. That cricket, right? Qin Feng looked at Lin Shuai and asked earnestly. It's Lin Shuai. Lin Shuai cut him off furiously. I know, but I like calling you cricket. Lin Shuai's mouth gave a violent chi. He felt as though his heart was ruthlessly hammered. He asked with a gloomy expression, "Why were you calling me? Go pour me a cup of water. I'm thirsty from smashing so many glass walls." Qin Feng spoke like he was addressing a subordinate. The audience was stunned. Chapter 129. Chapter 129, Give him the additional wages. As the gold medal financial analyst of the finance department, being commanded to pour water for a little sales rep made Lin Shuai so angry he wanted to kill someone. He said unhappily, "Why do I have to pour water for you? I think you should explain your vile behavior first." "I was just about to explain, so that's why I told you to pour water. I'm thirsty, I have to finish drinking the water before I can speak." "Hurry and go." "Huh? Why are you still not going? Didn't you say Assistant Han was right and I need to give everyone an explanation? Now that I want to explain, you're not letting me. You clearly mean to oppose Assistant Han. Cricket, do you hate Assistant Han? Are you trying to intentionally go against her?" Lin Shuai jumped in shock. He hurriedly looked at Han Yingying and explained, "Assistant Han, don't listen to this brat's nonsense, I don't have anything against you. I admire you. Whether it be your beauty or your outstanding ability." Lin Shuai lived up to his name as a genius player. No wonder he was able to climb from the position of a little assistant financial analyst to the position of a gold medal financial analyst after only being in Royal Group for less than 2 months. The effort he placed in his explanation was incidentally enough to be in surreptitious confession. Once these words came out, Han Yingying sighed deeply and retracted her charming smile. Her expression fell. "Manager Lin, hurry and go pour the water." Lin Shuai looked like he was dizzy from being struck in the head. He would have never thought that Han Yingying would agree to Qin Feng's shameless and disrespectful request. However, reality was that Han Yingying had spoken. She told him to pour water for this sales representative Qin Feng. Though he was reluctant, Lin Shuai ended up gritting his teeth and getting the water for Qin Feng under the countless gazes of the audience. Qin Feng took the water and immediately splashed it onto the ground. Wow, it took half a day of fussing around to pour water. Now I'm no longer thirsty. Qin Feng, you. Qin Feng, give everyone an explanation now. Han Yingying requested again. Once she spoke, the noisy cafeteria immediately fell quiet. "Of course I'll give everyone a statement. But, this is not an explanation, it's a critique." Qin Feng stood in the crowd with seriousness. He stood perfectly straight like a javelin, and his voice was loud and clear. In this restless and robust society, we were all able to become members of Royal Group and co-workers that work hard together. This is something to be elated about. This is a warm and secure family. It's one where we can all develop our own places to shine. Here, we splash down every drop of the sweat of our youth and withstand hard work and criticism. We're all the lowest-leveled ordinary employees that do the hardest work. We must withstand the most abuse and questioning, and we get the lowest wages. But, we haven't given up. We're all doing our best to fight on. However, even when we're eating lunch, the cafeteria has to be split by ranks and grades. Hungry ordinary employees like us who were busy all morning are given unappetizing food from a communal rice pot, while these higher-leveled people who played games and only took 2 calls in the morning aren't hungry but eat a more nutritious and luxurious meal. My behavior at first was crazy indeed, but my thoughts are simple. I need to tear down this separated relationship, this wall that has divided our trusting and loving family. When we eat and rest, we should throw away status and all be good friends. We should not separate it by status. Instead, we should happily eat and talk together. Now, there are only 3 glass walls left. Those that agree with me can come over and kick them down. When Qin Feng's words fell, these people were all in shock. The audience from the ordinary employee area's hearts surged and their blood boiled. On the other hand, the audience in the high-class area's hearts frosted over and their expressions turned cold. Ha ha ha, are you staging a peasant revolt? You're crazy, you can't break through to the ordinary and high-class sections. The high-class section isn't only for us managers to eat in. When guests come to the company, we also have to receive them there. Otherwise, you'd let these important customers eat with you ordinary employees? Royal Group can't afford to lose these people. That's enough. Separating the cafeteria was Chairman Qin's idea. It's too laughable for a mere sales representative to want to be a leader. Haha. Lin Shuai was the first to step up to oppose Qin Feng. He began to laugh without restraint. Then, Wang Chao laughed, Xiao Zhong laughed, and over 10 managers and supervisors in the high-class area began to laugh. This wall formed a castle that indicated status. It blocked off the ordinary employees and kept them outside to revere them and yearn to be in their position. Who wouldn't want to experience that lofty feeling? Haha, Han Yingying laughed as well. It wasn't a laugh in ridicule, but a charming laugh that she directed at Qin Feng. Then, her strong and icy voice rang out, "You all think it's funny, do you? I actually think that what Qin Feng said was quite sensible. I'll make sure to relay it to Chairman Qin." The laughs came to an abrupt stop. The upper-leveled employees stared flabbergasted at Han Yingying. As Chairman Qin's assistant, she had a position of significance. These people didn't dare to offend her. Right, Assistant Han is right. Qin Feng's idea expresses the sentiments of the countless low-leveled employees in the company. We should value it. The second person to stand in Qin Feng's procession was Wang Jun. After expressing his sentiments, he looked at Qin Feng in another attempt to curry favor with him. Lin Shuai had originally come here to give Han Yingying a good impression of him and to get in her good graces. Now, he was slapped ruthlessly in the face. He was so angry that his neck turned red. He wanted to stand up and protest to salvage some face when a deep and robust sound arose in the cafeteria. All of the gazes instantly flitted over to look. Once they were able to clearly see who it was, their jaws fell to the ground in shock. Clap clap. Qin Huang, accompanied by 2 directors, walked over while clapping his hands. "Chem? This lad's suggestion is quite profound and remarkable. Why don't we all give him a round of applause?" After an extended silence, an earth-shattering applause rumbled through the cafeteria. Now that Chairman Qin stood out and expressed his opinion, whether it be the employees in the ordinary employee section or the high-class section, everyone pasted a smile on their face and cheered and applauded with all their might. "Cricket, Wang Chao, Askissa. You 3 opposed my suggestion earlier, why are you clapping? A man of character should stand by his words, he shouldn't succumb to the pressure of the powerful." Qin Feng smiled while he said this to the 3. The 3 of them had their hearts pierced with arrows. It hurt so much they couldn't speak. "Qin Feng, you're too amazing, I'm happy for you." Shu Ruo pranced excitedly to Qin Feng's side. She felt the same way about this issue of dividing the cafeteria, but didn't have the guts to express her sentiments. Just as not all milk is milk deluxe, not all people can become hedonists. "Okay, everyone quiet down." Qin Huang waved his hands and indicated for everyone to be quiet. The atmosphere that was as bustling as the Chinese New Year special instantly quieted. Qin Huang's smile swept over every person. He said steadily, "I think this young lad's suggestion is very good, and your strong reaction shows that you also agree. Then, beginning from today, the employee cafeteria will no longer be partitioned. Everyone will eat the same food and enjoy the same lunch benefits." After hearing Qin Huang's decision, the normal employees felt as though they were dreaming. This feeling of bliss arrived too quickly. When they thought about the wonderful food in the high-class area such as the steak banquet and French cuisine, they immediately began to drool. Their gazes simultaneously fell on Qin Feng. He brought on all of this. In their eyes, Qin Feng was this lofty. He was like light. Wherever he was, brightness and pleasure followed. Then, Qin Huang said a couple more sentences and let everyone eat. He went beside Qin Feng and glared at him while no one was paying attention. "Stinking brat, was there a need to cause such a ruckus when all we had to do was get rid of the divider separating the sections in the cafeteria? You could have just called me and we'd be done with it." "Chairman Qin, as a little sales representative in the company, how would I know your phone number? Even if I called, you would ignore me," Qin Feng said casually. Qin Huang's expression darkened. He was about to get angry. But, after thinking for a bit, what Qin Feng said made a lot of sense. "You did pretty well this time. Keep up the good work." In the end, Qin Huang said a couple of sentences in praise. When he heard Qin Feng's passionate speech earlier, a large wave also swelled through his heart. He felt comforted as he weighed his son standing among the lower-leveled employees and thinking on their behalf. A good leader and a successful company must begin looking at the interests of its lowest-leveled employees. They must try their best to share the company's warm attitude with them so the company could be long-lived. You all eat, I'll be leaving first. Chairman Qin's gaze briefly met with Han Yingying and Shu Ruoru's, and he prepared to leave. Chairman Qin, I've done such a great thing, aren't you going to reward me? Qin Feng asked. Qin Huang stopped in his tracks. He looked at Qin Feng, was quiet for a brief instant, and said to the property director, Director Huang, this youth kicked down 9 glass walls. According to the price of tearing down walls, calculate the pay and add it to his current month's salary. Qin Feng's mouth quirked as he weighed Qin Huang's receding back. Han Yingying and Shu Ruoru stood on each side of Qin Feng. At this time, they tilted their faces and tried hard to pretend nothing was wrong, but one could tell from their shaking delicate bodies that they were laughing really hard. Qin Feng eyed the two women and walked directly up beside Wang Chao. Group leader Wang, it seems that I won't be able to bring food over from the high-class dining area for you to try. Because there's now no such thing as the high-class dining area. Chen Ph, a lowly person intoxicated by success. Wang Chao left with a dark expression. Xiao Zhong glared at Qin Feng and immediately followed, Don't be happy too early, I'll teach you a lesson in the future. Askissa, walk properly. Qin Feng looked at the two leaving backs and waved his hand. When Xiao Zhong heard Askissa, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. You shower first, I'll be there right away. The whole afternoon, everyone ranging from the executives and senior management to the ordinary employees discussed Qin Feng. After discovering that he was just a minor sales representative from the sales department without any background or influence, they had varying opinions of his conduct during lunch. During this afternoon, Qin Feng became a well-known celebrity in Royal Group. As the main character of this incident, Qin Feng did not care at all. At this time, he got off work and told Shu Ruoru crude jokes while weighing her shy blushing face and walking towards the exit. After exiting the building, Qin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and looked to see that it was teacher Yun Xiao's number. Qin Feng's expression changed. He said solemnly, How do you do, teacher Yun Xiao? The Yun Xiao in the phone sounded a bit urgent. Qin Feng, where are you? Can you come over to my neighborhood? Qin Feng's heart rippled. He promptly said, Okay, teacher Yun Xiao, go shower first and I'll be there right away. Yun Xiao's face darkened when she heard the two beeps pass through the phone. She thought to herself that Qin Feng still hadn't changed. Ruoru, I have to see an old friend. Wait here for Ying Ying and follow her and Chairman Qin home, Qin Feng said to Shu Ruoru after hanging up. That's not a good idea. I can just go home on my own. Shu Ruoru was clearly a bit nervous. It was too much pressure to take Chairman Qin's car back. Don't dilly-dally, just do as I say. Otherwise, if you get abducted, I'm not going to rescue you. Qin Feng gave Shu Ruoru's face a pinch. Shu Ruoru shuddered as she thought about the last time she was abducted. She was just buying her daily necessities when she was abducted by Wei Xiao Lei. She nodded vigorously. Okay, then I'll wait for older sister Ying Ying. No, assistant Han and the rest. With this, Qin Feng finally felt reassured. Last time he raced with Wei Xiao Lei, he went to the district Yun Xiao lived in. At this time, he rode his 28 bicycle and flew across the road. He wondered if teacher Yun Xiao finished showering. Shu Ruoru was really obedient. She waited at the entrance to the company and weighed Qin Feng's slowly receding back. Not long later, Han Yingying and Qin Huang came out together. Shu Ruoru walked up to them and explained the plan. Han Yingying linked her arm with Shu Ruoru's and they stepped into the Benz together. Li Yuchen caught this scene. Her lovely eyes flashed with shock. Why would Shu Ruoru leave in Assistant Han and Chairman Qin's car? This afternoon, She once again received a call from her mother pushing her to get married. She wasn't young anymore, so she decided that from today onwards, she would wander around the Qin Manor every day after work. She didn't believe she wouldn't be able to bump into young Master Qin. Li Yuchen believed that if she could bump into young Master Qin, she would be able to form a relationship with him if she relied on her beauty and was a bit more forward. With this mindset, Li Yuchen ran out of the office after work and saw such a shocking scene. Suddenly, a possible scenario flashed through her mind. Could it be that Shu Ruoru and Qin Huang knew one another? Then she'd definitely know young Master Qin. If this was the case, it would be better if she tested the waters when Shu Ruoru came to work tomorrow. Li Yuchen couldn't help but sigh. So Royal Group really was concealing identities. Based on their appearances, Qin Feng and Shu Ruoru looked like ordinary sales representatives. However, one knew the assistant manager of the administrative department and the other directly got into Chairman Qin's car. Not 20 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived in Teacher Yun Xiao's little district. Teacher Yun Xiao, which building and unit do you live in? I'm already here. That fast? I am in 1102 in Building 3, come up. Yun Xiao was a bit shocked. She wondered if Qin Feng just so happened to be in the area. This was the first time she let a male in her home. For some strange reason, her heartbeat quickened after she stated her address. After receiving the address, Qin Feng immediately ran up. When he arrived at 1102, the front door was already open. Yun Xiao stood at the doorway waiting for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, did you run up the stairs? Yeah, the elevator's too slow. I was thinking that Teacher Yun Xiao just finished showering and was worried that you'd be anxiously waiting, so I sped all the way over. Huh. Teacher Yun Xiao, you haven't showered yet? Qin Feng was a bit disappointed to see Yun Xiao wearing the black uniform and stockings she wore to work. Yun Xiao knew Qin Feng's personality too well. She glared at him with feigned anger. Qin Feng, I'm your teacher. Be proper and don't give me any crooked thoughts. All right, hurry and come in. Qin Feng followed Yun Xiao into the room while admiring the perky behind that was wrapped in the short black skirt. Yun Xiao rented a 1-bathroom, 2-bedroom, and 2-living-room apartment with all of the necessary electrical appliances. She lived on her own and it was just right. It had a bit of a cozy feel to it. Since it was her first time bringing a man into her house, she felt a bit awkward. When they arrived in the living room, she allowed Qin Feng to sit on the sofa. The two sat on the sofa side by side. Yun Xiao's heart tingled. She scooted a bit further from Qin Feng. Right when she settled into her new position, Qin Feng slid right next to her. She scooted again and Qin Feng followed. Qin Feng. Don't sit so close to me, it's kind of warm, Yun Xiao said bashfully. Her face flushed slightly. Haha, Teacher Yun Xiao's body is too fragrant. I can't help but want to get close and smell it. Qin Feng looked at Yun Xiao with a smile. This time, he didn't scoot closer to her again. His expression shifted sharply and he said with seriousness, Teacher Yun Xiao, why were you looking for me at this time? Qin Feng knew that Yun Xiao wouldn't take the initiative contact him for no reason. Something must have happened. Qin Feng changed too abruptly, so Yun Xiao was not really able to adjust in time. She calmed herself and then said with seriousness, Qin Feng, why haven't you been going to school lately? Something happened at home that interfered with my studies. I should have found some time to tell Teacher Yun Xiao this personally, but I was busy all the way until now. I'm really sorry, Qin Feng said. Yun Xiao shook her head and smiled. Since something happened at home, then I can't blame you. I trust that your father should have notified the school. But at your age, your primary job is still to study. If your family matter wraps up, it would still be best to go to school. Yun Xiao resumed her role Qin Feng's teacher and taught him closely. She knew that with Qin Feng's family background, he did not care about attending school. After this hedonistic young master was done living a carefree youth, he would directly succeed the family business and continue to squander the youths of others. When she thought about the possibility of Qin Feng never coming to class anymore, Yun Xiao felt an unnamed sense of disappointment surge through her heart. Teacher Yun Xiao, don't be too sad. Once there's time, I will go to school and pay a visit. I know that without me there, You probably miss me a lot. Actually, when teacher Yun Xiao misses me, you can do what you did this time and call me over to your house to sit. Of course, I'm usually only free at night, so it would be better for teacher Yun Xiao to invite me at night. Chapter 131. Chapter 131. None of you understand me. When she saw Qin Feng's perverted smile, Yun Xiao's expression fell. She glared at him. Qin Feng, I called you here for another reason as well. Qin Feng immediately became serious. He knew that this next matter was probably the important thing Yun Xiao called him over about. Go ahead. Qin Feng, ever since I was kidnapped, why you killed people to save me, so I became afraid to interact with other people, Yun Xiao said earnestly. Qin Feng suddenly thought about the system's quest to rid Yun Xiao of her fear and social anxiety. And since then, every time I see blood or any sort of red liquid, I become extremely nervous and afraid. When I see people arguing or fighting in the streets, I become so afraid that I lose all of the strength in my body. Recently, I don't even talk to co-workers at school. Whether it's a man or a woman, I feel this constant sense of vigilance and resistance. Every day I just go to class, leave class, and go home. I don't talk to anyone. I live a life of constant repetition. Qin Feng, I think that if this goes on, I'll retreat from society and lose my mind. When she talked about this, she became agitated. She was nothing like the dignified and calm teacher at the lectern. She seemed like a little lion venting its grievances. Qin Feng looked at Yun Xiao with a gentle expression. He empathized with her current mood. Almost a month passed since the time he rescued her. In that month, she didn't talk to anyone. Every day, she lived a lonely life. She wanted to change her current situation but was powerless to do so. Too many depressed thoughts were pent up in her heart. Qin Feng leaned slightly and wrapped Yun Xiao tightly in his embrace. He pressed his chin to Yun Xiao's beautiful hair and inhaled her faint unique fragrance while lightly patting her back. Teacher Yun Xiao, cry out loud, let it all out. That way, you'll feel better. Yun Xiao really needed to vent. She already forgot her identity and forgot Qin Feng's as well. She obediently sprawled in Qin Feng's warm embrace and cried like a little girl. She wailed and freely released the pressure in her heart. She felt that her burden slowly lightened, and her mood slowly stabilized. When she became completely tranquil, the crying noises also stopped. Then, she suddenly came to her senses. She extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace as if she were electrocuted. She looked stupidly at Qin Feng. What did we do at first? We hugged. Qin Feng said truthfully. And? Yun Xiao felt a gust of anxiety. She was Qin Feng's teacher, yet she hugged him. An. When teacher Yun Xiao cries, your chest shakes incredibly. 10 minutes later, Yun Xiao came out of the restroom. She calmed down completely. Her body was once again cold and dignified as usual. If her eyes weren't still slightly puffy, Qin Feng would have thought that his hug with Yun Xiao earlier was merely a figment of his imagination. Qin Feng, I'm a bit tired. You head back first. Though she seemed to have resumed to a sense of tranquility, when she thought about how she hugged Qin Feng and cried so noisily in front of him, she felt embarrassed to face him. Qin Feng stood but didn't leave. Instead, he walked up to Yun Xiao. Teacher Yun Xiao, there's no need for shyness between us. After all, your current predicament was of my creation. I handled those people too violently and that left a mark on you. Qin Feng suddenly put on a profound and lofty expression. Actually, I learned psychology with an expert when I was abroad. Your current symptoms are those of social trauma. This is a psychological ailment and the harm varies. If the shadow in your heart isn't eliminated, then you might end up completely closing yourself in. Then, you won't interact with anyone anymore and you'll become a serious victim of social trauma. Qin Feng's words were well presented, but Yun Xiao still eyed him suspiciously. Did you really learn psychology? Qin Feng nodded earnestly. Then according to my current situation, what stage am I in? Yun Xiao asked anxiously. Since teacher Yun Xiao contracted the psychological ailment for less than a month, you're currently in the beginning stage where you close yourself off. You just need to go through continuous psychological treatment. It's still considerably simple to return to normal. Then, you have a way to treat me. Yun Xiao now entrusted herself to Qin Feng. She had no other choice because she realized that she began to hate and reject interacting and speaking with others. But, she didn't have those kinds of feelings with Qin Feng. Or maybe her conflicted feelings were really weak and could be disregarded. Of course I do, Qin Feng said resolutely. What method is this? Massage therapy. Yun Xiao's expression fell. Once she heard the name of the method, she felt that it was not dependable. What kind of massage would cure a psychological ailment? She looked at Qin Feng coldly. Qin Feng, you're trying to mess with your teacher again, aren't you? Qin Feng's expression was serious the whole time. He shook his head and said, Teacher Yun Xiao, you've misunderstood me. This massage therapy was carefully studied. First of all, once you undergo qi flow massage, it'll scatter the knotted depressed energy and allow your internal qi to flow properly. Secondly, when massaging, I'll come into close contact with you. I'll agitate you and let you slowly acclimate to interacting with others. Lastly, you'll achieve a stage where you won't reject interaction or contact with anyone. When she heard that close contact was required, Yun Xiao's heartbeat immediately increased. Once again, she felt suspicious of Qin Feng's intentions. But, when she saw how serious and dignified he looked, it didn't seem like he was lying. At that instant, Yun Xiao didn't know what was best to do. Teacher Yun Xiao, I know you don't trust me, I know no one trusts me. You all listen to rumors and believe that I'm an accomplished hedonistic rich young master. You don't have heart-to-hearts with me, you constantly put up your guard against me, and you lump me in with the beasts and perverts. Qin Feng gave a long sigh. Forget it, who told me to be born to a rich family? I deserve it. I have such a hard life. When I was young, I was brimming with talent and so handsome I had no friends. Those that interacted with me either took a fancy to my family's business or our reputation. I was treated as an object and was used time and time again. As a result, I even acquired these bad names. I originally thought that teacher Yun Xiao was different from those base people and would know and understand me. I thought you could treat me earnestly and wouldn't put up your guard against me like you'd guard yourself from a thief. Alright, since this is the case, then I'll leave first. No matter what, I sincerely wish that you get well soon, teacher Yun Xiao. Qin Feng's head drooped and he showed Yun Xiao the view of his extremely sad and dejected back. His steps were small and it seemed like it took a lifetime to walk a distance less than 10 meters. He wanted to give Yun Xiao time to urge him to stay. Qin Feng. When Qin Feng already got to the door, Yun Xiao's soft voice suddenly drifted over. Can you stay and help treat me? Qin Feng's back faced Yun Xiao so she didn't see the evil smile of someone who got away with his plan that graced Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng turned and resumed an expression of loneliness. He looked at Yun Xiao. Teacher Yun Xiao, you don't have to force yourself because you pity me. I think it'd be better if I went home. Qin Feng, don't leave. Yun Xiao suddenly rushed forward and hugged Qin Feng from behind. Teacher was wrong at first. You were kind enough to offer me therapy and I put up my guard against you. It's nothing more than close contact, nothing more than a massage. We even hugged already, so what's there to be afraid of? I'll stop talking. You're the doctor and I'm the patient. In the doctor's eyes there's no such thing as gender. I hope that we could also toss away these worldly concepts and our identities. What do you say? Qin Feng suddenly turned and pulled Yun Xiao tightly into his embrace. He concentrated on feeling the softness and bounciness of her chest and nodded vigorously. Teacher Yun Xiao, you're right. In Yun Xiao's fragrant bedroom, she already changed into a purple silk nightgown and lay on the bed. Qin Feng sat on her back and admired the jade back she exposed. Qin Feng, can we start now? Yun Xiao couldn't help but ask this after Qin Feng sat on her completely motionless for 5 minutes. Ahem. Teached Yun Xiao, I have to give you a qi-conducting massage so I'm in the middle of gathering the qi in my body. Don't be anxious, Qin Feng said awkwardly. Okay, then concentrate on what you need to, I'm in no hurry. Qin Feng retracted his appreciative gaze. All in all, he still had a quest to achieve and really did need to help cure Yun Xiao's social trauma. He wasn't completely talking nonsense when he mentioned the qi-conducting massage earlier. These things were in medical records. Since he was the son of a prominent family, Qin Feng was forced by Qin Huang to memorize Tang and Song poems since he was young. He read the Yellow Emperor's internal canon, so he had an impression of how to cure certain ailments. He squinted and felt the qi flow from his dantian. As a level 1 internal expert, it was not difficult to draw out his qi. His palms fell lightly onto Yun Xiao's jade back. Her body tensed and a peculiar sensation passed through it. Gusts of cold qi flow suddenly entered her body and flowed through her vital energy passage. It felt like little earthworms were crawling on her body. Her whole body felt limp and numb, and she also felt a bit comfortable. This feeling was too strange. Yun Xiao's delicate body began to twist uncontrollably. Qin Feng, are you done? Ah. I just started. Yun Xiao struggled. I can't take it anymore. I still can't accept such close contact with you. Hurry and get off me. Yun Xiao started to become agitated. Her social trauma began to break out. She wouldn't be able to stand it even if a normal person stayed in the same room as her. Yun Xiao already reached her limit in allowing Qin Feng to sit on her and give her a qi-conducting massage. Teacher Yun Xiao, I can't come down. You must rid yourself of those feelings of fear and resistance, Qin Feng said insistently. Yun Xiao began to twist more wildly. She already began to smack Qin Feng with a book sitting at the head of her bed. She seemed to have lost her senses. Her eyes were red and her hair was askew. Fuck off. Hurry and get away. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Who the hell has those kind of guts? Qin Feng grabbed onto Yun Xiao's arms and persevered. He was prepared to pass this rut with perseverance. Maybe it might help rid Yun Xiao of her social trauma once and for all. Qin Feng anchored her arms and legs. Yun Xiao struggled with all her might but couldn't escape. At this time, she began to scream. She suddenly lost all the strength in her body and extended her neck to slam her head into the corner of her bedside cabinet. I can't do this anymore, I'm going to die. Qin Feng had sharp eyes and lithe hands. He immediately grasped Yun Xiao's willowy waist and pulled her back. When he saw Yun Xiao fall into hysterics, Qin Feng did not dare to continue. If this went on, he was afraid he'd forced her into insanity before curing her of her social anxiety. Teacher Yun Xiao, don't be afraid, I'm Qin Feng. I'm getting down. I'm not touching you anymore. Teacher Yun Xiao, wake up. Qin Feng crawled off Yun Xiao's body, cupped her face, and shook it. Yun Xiao slowly calmed down and stopped yelling. After another couple of minutes, the red veins in her eyes slowly receded, and the coldness that shot out of her body retracted. Then, she fell limply onto the bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Qin Feng. What happened to me at first? Yun Xiao suddenly asked after a while. Nothing much. Teacher Yun Xiao was extremely cooperative for the therapy. Now the therapy is over, so rest well Teacher Yun Xiao, Qin Feng said with a smile. Yun Xiao nodded. She knew for certain that she lost her senses earlier, but good thing an incident didn't occur. She weighed Qin Feng's receding back and suddenly thought of something. Qin Feng, do you know where Lin Bei Bei went? Qin Feng halted in his steps. He turned and asked while standing at the door, what happened to Lin Bei Bei? She hasn't come to school for the past 2 days. Do you know where she is? Qin Feng's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Teacher Yun Xiao, when did she stop going to school? Qin Feng and Yun Xiao both knew that Lin Bei Bei was a good, studious student. She never cut class for no reason, much less miss class for a couple of days. Yun Xiao thought about it then said, 3 days ago. Qin Feng did an internal calculation and realized that Lin Bei Bei didn't go to school starting from the day after he went shopping with her. Qin Feng, there's something that I don't know whether or not I should tell you about. Yun Xiao's long, shapely eyebrows furrowed slightly. She thought about the time she saved Lin Bei Bei by the sports field. She hesitated and didn't know whether or not she wanted to mention it. Teacher Yun Xiao, if there's something to say, then say it. Qin Feng became serious and felt a bad premonition. 4 days ago, I saw Lin Bei Bei get pulled into the little forest while I was on the sports field. She was almost molested by that person. Yoon Xiao ended up mentioning it. Good thing I got there in time and saved her. Who was it? Who the hell had those kinds of guts? Qin Feng suddenly growled. His eyes turned red and he looked like a vicious wild beast. Yoon Xiao jumped in shock. She shook her head. I don't know. When I got there, that person already ran away. I asked Lin Bei Bei after, but she refused to say who it was. Qin Feng fell quiet. His brain whirred as he calculated the timing. No wonder Lin Bei Bei suddenly called and asked him to find her at the royal clubhouse. No wonder she was a bit different than before and was extremely dependent on him. No wonder her face was a bit red and swollen. She even found an excuse and said she was allergic to a makeup product. She didn't even need to put on makeup. That must have been because she was hit when she resisted. Qin Feng cracked his knuckles, turned around sharply, and disappeared through the room door. Before Yoon Xiao came to, Qin Feng was gone. She hurriedly shouted, Qin Feng, if you find Lin Bei Bei, call me and let me know she's okay. Acropolis City's first hospital, intensive care ward room. Lin Bei Bei sat at her mother's bedside. She peeled an apple with an empty expression. Ah! She suddenly yelped in pain. She furrowed her attractive, long and shapely eyebrows and lowered her head to suck on her cut finger. Bei Bei, are you all right? Why were you so careless? Hurry and let your mom see. Mother Lin's heart ached. After all, her daughter cut her finger because she was peeling an apple for her. Mom, I'm fine. Lie down and rest. Lin Bei Bei found a bandage in the room and stuck it on her wound. Mom, have some apples. Mother Lin took the apples, but how could she possibly have an appetite? Her daughter stayed with her in the hospital room for a full 3 days. She didn't even go to school. During these 3 days, she looked like she lost her soul. She sat by the window and spaced out every day. There were a couple of times when Mother Lin called her but she didn't hear. Bei Bei, is there something you'd like to tell your mother? Mother Lin pulled Lin Bei Bei to her bedside and lightly stroked her head. Lin Bei Bei suddenly threw herself into her mother's embrace and burst into tears. She held it in for 3 days. There was no one to spill her heart out to, and she didn't dare bring these matters up with her mother. She already took the initiative to move out of the royal clubhouse. Now she was homeless, so she could only spend her nights in this hospital room. Due to Yu Wenxiong's threat, she was even more afraid to go to school. If she bumped into Yoon Wenxiong at school, he would definitely stop her or maybe even abduct her. Lin Bei Bei was like a lost little lamb. She really didn't know what to do. Let it all out and it'll be okay. Mother Lin saw how sadly her daughter was crying and her heart ached. She didn't give her daughter a wealthy life or carefree happiness. Instead, she made her bear more suffering. Hiding in her mother's embrace was like lying in Qin Feng's. Both felt extremely safe and secure. Lin Bei Bei cried for a good while. Her mood slowly stabilized and she sat up to move out of her mother's embrace. Bei Bei, is this because of that Qin Feng? Mother Lin suddenly asked. Lin Bei Bei's delicate body trembled. She bit her head and nodded. You fell for him? Though she could tell, Mother Lin still wanted to hear her daughter's response. Mom, don't ask anymore. Lin Bei Bei blushed slightly, lowered her head, and tugged at the corner of her shirt. Mother Lin smiled. Then how does he feel about you? Lin Bei Bei hesitated for a while. She couldn't quite tell how Qin Feng felt about her, and that was why she was in so much pain. He cared a lot about her and protected her, but he didn't clearly break through that layer of gauze. And 3 days ago, he even rejected her. Bei Bei, you're now an adult. There are some things your mother can no longer protect you from, but I still worry about you. It's very normal for you to like someone, but you have to clearly understand their character and other aspects of them so you know whether or not they're worth liking. Don't be careless and don't get tricked. Mom, I know, don't worry. I'm going to go out and get some fresh air. Lin Bei Bei knew her mother was worried about her, but she couldn't explain the relationship between her and Qin Feng, so she found an excuse to run out of the hospital room. Bei Bei, the sky will be dark soon. Don't go too far, just walk around in the hospital and come back. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.